get started in a minute. Me and you are
We will be getting started in a moment. Can we ask that everyone please take their seats? We have a very packed agenda this Friday afternoon.
if Ron starts talking. There. Oh, you're good. You're first. That's right. No devices.
Yeah, turn them off.
I just made sure you turned it off
Just
because they
saving
took
you
my.
for yourself.
Thank you.
Okay.
They took my phone and my.
Oh, you're.
And so I turned this on so I could hear it ring.
Seems
and
like that
called me.
problem's going around.
Yeah, they took my desk. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome those of you who are here in our auditorium at Census headquarters and those of you who are joining us online to our 2020 Census Program Management Review. We're looking forward to sharing the progress on our program with you over the next few hours, but first, a few housekeeping items. Please remember that our Program Management Review is being webcast live, so consider all mics live at all times. When asking a question, please share your name, affiliation, and speak directly into the mic so our friends online will be able to hear you as well. If you're joining us online and you have a question, send an email to 2020census, 2020.census.pmr@census.gov. Mike Polinsky, our Chief of Acquisitions, will now say a few words to remind staff of the legal obligations when speaking with or about contracts. Mike?
Thanks, Al. I think I need to repeat myself and maybe just show it up every time. But the same thing, there's a lot of information going on. Stick to what's publicly available. If you have any conversations, any sidebar conversations, we have contractors, we have a lot of, and it's not fair to share any information that's not publicly available to anybody on any ongoing acquisitions or any future acquisitions. So just be careful about your sidebar conversations and what you're talking about and limit it to what's publicly available. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Also, for any media present, we have a group of representatives from the Census Bureau's Public Information Office with us. Michael Cook is leading that group. Michael, would you wave so people see you? Thank you. I would invite any media to contact Michael or your particular assigned PIO representative if you have any questions or would like to interview 2020 Census leadership and staff. A few last reminders. The locations of the restrooms. They're outside the auditorium, down the hallway, and next to the green elevators. In the case of an emergency, please listen to the system and exit the building using the emergency exits that you see around this room. I would like now to turn the mic over to Ron Jarman, who is currently performing the non-exclusive functions and duties of the Director of the U.S. Census Bureau. Ron?
Thank you, Al. It took you almost half your time to say my title. So welcome, everybody. As you know, in July, my partner in crime and I, Enrique Lamas, were asked by the Secretary Ross to be the non-exclusive directors and deputy directors of the Census Bureau. And since that time, we've been working with staff here at the Census Bureau and with Secretary Ross's team at Commerce to get up to speed on where we are in preparations for 2020. I can tell you from working with the Secretary and his team that they share the Census Bureau's laser-like focus to stay on the critical path to completing a accurate and complete 2020 census. And so we welcome their participation and their assistance. From that work, I think we've identified a couple changes I was going to just briefly talk about before turning it back over to Al and the rest of the program. So the first thing we've done is we've moved, temporarily, we've moved the CEDCAP program under the Decennial Directorate. With the Decennial rapidly approaching, most of the work that was going on in CEDCAP was focused on preparations for the 2020 census. In order to make the process of getting the final user stories to the programmers and getting everything completed and staying on the critical path, we thought it would be good to temporarily move the CEDCAP program under the Decennial Directorate so that there's clear lines of communication and authority. This doesn't change the Census Bureau's commitment to doing enterprise computing in the future, and we'll be using this time to sort of take stock of some lessons learned about the difficulties of trying to get all of the different program areas of the Census Bureau aligned and sort of on the IT front. On a second level, as we approach, as we leave the research and testing phase of the census and move into the operational phase, we thought it would be important to make sure that we had the right folks in place. And so Lisa Blumerman did a great job getting us up to here. But we're going to have Al move in and take over with the help of Jim Treat. So there's our new associate and assistant director for Decennial Operations. And so they're going to bring a wealth of operational experience and expertise and leadership, both from field and previous decennials, but also with Al with private sector leadership. But Lisa, importantly, is taking over a critical role that's been vacant here at Census for some time. So Lisa has a lot of experience with administrative records, and with the departure of Amy O'Hara from our Center for Administrative Records and Applications, Lisa is going to be taking leadership of that group and moving us forward so that we can better use administrative records in all of our household surveys around the Census Bureau. So these are critical roles. We want to make sure that we get the right people in the right place so that we can achieve all of these objectives. So with that, Al, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ron. I would like to just say that I personally and the Decennial Directorate appreciate the work that Lisa Blumerman has done to develop the operating plan and get us to this point in the decade in our preparation for the 2020 census. I am personally indebted to her for the leadership, guidance, and wisdom that she has shown, and I will continue to reach out to her from time to time so that we have continuity in the program as we move forward. We have a lot of information to share with you today, and I will begin by discussing some program management updates, including a discussion of the design, an update on contracts, and on our risks and our schedule. After I've completed that high-level overview, we will release the 2020 Census Operational Plan version 3.0. That will be one of the grand climaxes of our meeting today. We will then provide an update on the 2018 end-to-end test, followed by a discussion of census operations, including an update on our field office locations, an update on a redistricting data program, and the release of the 2020 Census Integrated Partnership and Communication Plan. That will be the second high point as we release our communication plan today. We will then conclude this afternoon with the discussions of system readiness. The success of the 2020 census really rests on the collective efforts and talents of the team working on the program, both within the Decennial Directorate and across the Bureau. So before we get into the presentation, I would like to keep up a tradition that we have of recognizing new managers on our Decennial leadership team. Ron earlier recognized Jim Treat, our new Assistant Regional Director, who is returning to the Decennial program for his 4th census. I know Ron gave you a little about Jim's background. There's a written information on Jim's background, but I must let you know how delighted I am to be partnering with Jim as he helps lead us and the team in improving our schedule management and our program management functions. Jim played a very key role in the 2010 census in schedule management and program management and drove us to completion of dates on time, and we look forward to Jim taking that to a whole nother level for the 2020 census. In the American Community Survey Office, we have Nicole Scananello, who is the Assistant Division Chief for Program Management and Communication. Nicole, are you here? Okay, she's not here. Okay. And Gail Denby, who is the Assistant Division Chief for Processing and Geographic Coordination. In the Decennial Census Management Division, Melissa Therian returns to the decennial, taking on a number of projects, including count question resolution, disaster recovery planning, and the COOP activities. We also have with us today a group of senior leaders without whom we cannot conduct a successful census. I would like to acknowledge and have them stand some of our regional directors who have come in from the field to join us today. Marilyn Sanders, Regional Director, Chicago. Julie Lamb, Acting Regional Director, Los Angeles. Fernando Armstrong, Regional Director, Philadelphia. And Jeff Baylor, Regional Director, New York. Thank you all for coming in and sharing with us today. I came from field, so those are all partners of mine when I was in field. Thank you very much. Now let's turn to some program management updates. I would now like to update you on where we are in terms of program funding. As you are likely aware, the government is currently under a continuing resolution through December 8, 2017, which means that in general, spending is capped at 2017 funding levels. However, the 2020 census program received an anomaly provision in the CR, which allows the program to spend at a faster rate during the CR than the 2017 rate of operations. This anomaly was granted to enable the program to stay on course for the 2018 end-to-end census test peak operation and to make key purchases to enable us to build out the 2020 census field infrastructure. To be clear, this anomaly does not provide the program with additional funding, nor does it provide any assurance of future additional funding increases in a final 2018 appropriation. So while we absolutely will take advantage of this unique provision to ensure that we remain on the critical path to the 2020 census, we will still remain judicious in our spending in the first quarter. In May, when Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross testified before Congress, he indicated that he would put together a task force consisting of staff from the Office of the Secretary, from the Office of Management and Budget, and outside consultants with a great deal of census experience to assess the true costs and develop the operations and to execute the 2020 census. The Secretary's team developed an independent cost estimate and assisted the Census Bureau with updating our life cycle cost estimate and the requirements for the year 2018. Working closely with his team, Census Bureau staff developed a plan to allow the 2020 census program to remain on its critical path and strengthen project management and control. That plan does not add scope or new projects to the program. You may have seen Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross' testimony before the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform on October 13th. He testified about the life cycle costs of the 2020 census and requirements for the year 2018. His testimony on the life cycle cost estimate included a $187 million request for our fiscal 2018 budget adjustment, in addition to the $800 million originally recommended in the President's budget. Let me be very clear about the nature of this request. It covers essential critical path activities that have been repriced or rebaselined. We have not added scope to the activities designated for fiscal 18. This was not an opportunity for us to do that. This will allow us to invest in the appropriate level of program management for a program with the scope and complexity of the 2020 census. It is foundational to the success of all other components of the program, and we have agreed to address the findings we heard from the experts who have assessed the program and put tools in place, and we will add staff and partners to achieve the project management and program management goals that we need to be successful. This will allow us to invest in the level of effort that is required to re-engineer address canvassing the year before we start address canvassing for the 2020 census by continuing our work on in-office address canvassing. We completed the first pass of the nation, and we will continue to make updates for the constant flow of map and address updates. We will also be able to fully fund higher than estimated work required in the census questionnaire assistance area. This request was supported after baselining the contract to support the 2018 end-to-end census test and to support continued work required to stay on the critical path for the 2020 census. We'll also be able to fund a number of increases required to fund replanning activities for field operations, including group quarters, update enumerate, update leave, and non-response follow-up. Group quarters UE and UL are in the replanning process to revert to predominantly paper-based operations. These are tried and true methods, and so we have confidence that these operations will yield high-quality results. But we do not require resources to update the planning of these operations in systems. These will be updating the overall way we will be executing these operations. We also requested funds in this fiscal year to fund a contracted effort to support fingerprinting temporary employees. This was not included in the initial fiscal 2018 estimate. It was planned for later in the decade, but to mitigate the risk associated with delaying this contract, we're requesting these funds this fiscal year. We also fund the replanning of the post-enumeration survey. Post-enumeration survey is essentially building an independent survey from the ground up. We can do that, but it takes our subject matter experts some time to have it ready for 2020. We must begin in fiscal 2018. Finally, in the technical integration contract and other integration operations and contracts, the Census Bureau has worked to fully rebaseline the technical directives in the contract, which indicated that a higher level of effort is needed to fully support all development and integration for the 2020 census and to deploy the activities required in the contract to support the 2018 end-to-end census test. As Secretary Ross testified, the life cycle cost estimate for the 2020 census has been updated to $15.6 billion, which is in line with an independent cost estimate performed by the expert cost estimators from the Department of Commerce. This estimate is $3.3 billion above the previous program office estimate for a redesigned 2020 census in October of 2015, but remains $1.9 billion below the estimated cost of repeating the design of the 2010 census in the 2020 census time frame. Said in another way, the new estimate is about $107 per housing unit, less than the $120 per housing unit that we estimated if we repeated the design of the 2010 census in 2020. But it is more than the $91 per housing unit we experienced in actual dollars in the 2010 census. I mentioned this earlier, but in less detail. In Secretary Ross's testimony, he described how we got to this revised cost estimate following a process that kicked off in the spring at his direction to review the 2020 census program and our costs and to ensure that we were set up to execute a complete and accurate 2020 census. I want to take this time to stop and express our appreciation to Secretary Ross for his total concern and involvement in ensuring that the census is accurate and complete and we have a high-quality census in 2020. His involvement involved setting up this team of certified cost estimators, getting program management experts from the private sector and former 2020 census officials. It was a very productive and collaborative process that included the development of an independent cost estimate and reconciliation with the Census Bureau's estimate. We are implementing the team's recommendations now, which will only serve to strengthen the program and help us ensure we meet Secretary Ross's goal of having a truly successful 2020 census. We are now working to implement corrective actions recommended by the review team and continuing to work with the team to further refine program management efforts. We'll be updating the life cycle cost estimate regularly as we continue to make refinements and bring in the results of the 2018 end-to-end census test. We will be using the estimate as an active management tool in decision making. And additionally, we'll be releasing the full details of the life cycle cost estimate later this fall. We are now 886 days from Census Day in 2020, and we're on a track for a successful census. I'd like to spend the next few minutes with some big picture updates of where we are. At a high-level view, this slide presents a summary picture of the activities we have planned to get us to the 2018 end-to-end census test and on to the 2020 census. This afternoon, we'll be focusing much of our discussion on a testing update, a deep dive into 4 operations, our systems readiness, but before that, the next few slides will highlight a few items related to the overall program. Before I move to the next slide, let me give you an update on our ongoing 2020 census operations. We have already started the 2020 census. LUCA, the Local Update of Census Addresses, operation began in January 2017, and we've registered over 6,000 local governments to date, which is covering about 58% of the population of the United States and approximately 58% of the housing units in the United States. We mailed invitation packages out in July, and a reminder package was sent out in September. The deadline for registering on LUCA is December 15th, though we will be extending the deadline through January for governments within some of the disaster areas. This slide represents the status of major contracts for the 2020 census. Those in the green are contracts that have been awarded, and those in the beige are contracts that we are looking to award moving forward. We're currently working on the following contracts: fingerprinting and badging. There'll be a single contract for the 2018 end-to-end census test peak operations through the completion of the 2020 census. It's planned to award either later this month or early in November. The 2020 census mail and printing contract will provide the majority of the printing and mailing services for the 2018 end-to-end census test and for the 2020 census. It will cover the printing requirements for self-response, update leave, non-response follow-up operations, and we will obtain printed materials via this contract. We are working through the procurement process, and once the procurement process is complete, there will be an announcement from GPO and from the Census Bureau on the awardee of this contract. The Decennial Devices as Service was awarded in June of 2017. This contract is currently protested. The Government Accountability Office sustained the protest, and we're presently working with our acquisition staff and examining our options. We have the opportunity to be in compliance and in agreement with a reset of the way we went to the field with this contract, or we have other options to acquire the devices. We are looking at those and examining those options. At any rate, if we're unable to resolve this situation quickly, we have a contingency plan in place which will assure that we have devices available to use in the 2018 end-to-end test for peak operations. The Field IT Deployment Contract will be a single contract for providing IT equipment, logistics services, maintenance, and support for the regional census centers, our area census offices, our remote workers, the island area offices, and our paper data capture center. That award is planned to be awarded in the May to June 2018 timeframe. In the Decennial Service Center, we are investigating the acquisition strategy on how best to provide 2020 Census Help Desk services. On this slide, I just want to remind you that we're continuing to maintain and manage both program and project level risk registers. The framework for both remains unchanged, and we continue to monitor and update as necessary. What you see here is just a sampling of some of our key risks for the 2020 census and our program level risk register matrix. 3 program red risks involve: 1, the ability to use administrative records and third-party data as planned being affected by external factors; the public's perception of the Census Bureau's ability to safeguard the response data and how that affects response rates for the 2020 census. And third, cyber security incidents such as data breaches and denial of service attacks. Among the issues that we've identified as issues is one relating to natural disasters. First, I want to express our concern for the people who have been impacted by hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria. Our first priority is the safety, essential needs, and critical health issues to those people whose lives have been disrupted by these events. The Census Bureau has a number of people from headquarters and from our field directorate who are presently working with FEMA to assist in the recovery efforts. For example, our whole Puerto Rican staff is currently working with FEMA to help rebuild infrastructure and provide essential services to the people of Puerto Rico. We have field representatives who are performing functions as housing inspectors working with FEMA out in some of the impacted areas. The impact, though, of these natural disasters causes us to look at the issues, both immediate and long-term, around data collection in the areas impacted by these events. Field representatives, respondents, the housing inventory, and businesses are all impacted by the storm, and this creates a variety of data collection challenges. 2020 impacts. Example, we are currently looking to obtain office space for our early ACOs in 4 locations in the impacted area: Gainesville, Florida, Miami, North Miami, Orange County, and Houston West. Offices are scheduled to be open in February, but the storm increases the risk of our not being able to obtain this office space by our scheduled dates. We are looking and working very closely with GSA to look both within our target areas and in adjacent areas to our target locations for potential space. Field infrastructure. Census has reached out to GSA to determine the impact of the hurricane on our Puerto Rico offices. Per GSA, Region 2, we need to indefinitely suspend all activity in Puerto Rico at this time. In LUCA, we're continuing to proceed with our reminder mailing package to the highest elected officials in Texas and Florida, going out this week and next week, but we're pulling the reminders going to Puerto Rico. Our master address file and our census in-office address canvassing operation is impacted. Natural disasters are an identified trigger that results in a review of the census blocks in the interactive review phase. Our geography division will monitor imagery and recovery efforts and will confer with the U.S. Postal Service officials regarding mail delivery, and will continue to analyze the data in the delivery sequence file of the U.S. Post Office. Additionally, since our last PMR, 2 program risks have been closed. Acquisition lead time. The time frame has passed, and the majority of contracts supporting the 2020 census have been awarded. Concerns regarding contract delays are now included in the new risk 2020 census contract support. The contract management risk is closed. With the decennial contract execution office currently in place, acquisition procedures are being followed, including a review process to ensure all procurements are assisting the program meet its goals and are baseline for their costs. One program issue was closed: modifications to the 2020 census baseline design. The revised version of the 2020 census operational plan was completed 9/29/17 and is being made public at this PMR today. And that revised version contains the new baseline design for the 2020 census. On this slide, I want to remind you that we continue to maintain our 2020 Census Integrated Master Schedule. And these are some of the high-level key milestones for the program on the slide behind me. With that, I can pause for a few minutes now to take questions. I will remind you, if you have a question, please state your name and your affiliation with your question. Thank you. Any questions? Ty?
Hello, Ty Mitchell, Government Accountability Office. Thanks, Al, for that update. Could you just clarify, you closed the program risk on the last one you just mentioned. You said something about the baseline changes because now you've got the operational plan, but I mean, the final design is next October, is that right? I'm just trying to figure out, because we're still kind of working, I mean, I'm not sure what's changed, that the risk has gone away. Maybe it's just a semantics
It's
thing.
actually the issue that got closed. So it became, because the design changed, the risk that talks about the design changes became an issue. The new plan re-baselines, and so the issue will be there again. We'll have a final release of an updated operational plan after the end-to-end test. So it might not be October, but it'll take into account what we've learned, and we'll go into the 2020 census with that.
The risk has been actualized, it's occurred.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm sorry, thank you.
And so the risk kind of comes back now that we have a new baseline.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Dan Cork, National Academies. I just wanted to, another clarifying. When you were talking about changes in the existing contracts, you mentioned the technical integrator contract, and I just lost the thread. You mentioned working to fully rebaseline the technical directives in the contract, but I wasn't clear whether that was increasing the level of effort, whether it's
Okay, there are
Straight increase in scope?
13 to 14 technical directives within the technical integrator contract. And the rebaselining involved a reprioritization of effort within the contract, not an increase in effort on the technical directives they were working on. We reprioritized based on the most current needs for the program. As things come into the technical integrators area, there are things we recognize that need to be prioritized higher to complete our scalability, to complete our integration testing, and the reprioritization of that moved resources to other areas. Okay. If there are no further questions, I will now turn it over to Deb Simkowski, who is the Division Chief of our Decennial Management, Census Management Division. Deb?
All right. Hi, everybody. Happy to be here today, just like I was 1 year ago. And I remember in the internal Census Decennial Directorate newsletter, there was a picture of me like this. So I thought I'd start out like this with the new operational plan, which we're releasing maybe right now. I don't know, my talk's kind of long, so it could be out anytime during this talk. But I'm happy to be here today to give an overview of version 3.0. Before I go into that plan, though, it's always good to remind you all of a few things that if you're here all the time, you're used to some of our slides. I bet you could present them as well as we could. So our core goal is always one of quality. We want to conduct a census that counts everyone once and only once and in the right place. And achieving this goal gets harder each decade as our environment is changing and is shown on the slide. So we've discussed a number of these challenges before, including the declining response rates, the planning for increasingly complex living arrangements and populations, a mobile population, and certainly an increasingly diverse population. So just as a brief reminder, let's have a refresher on how we designed the 2020 census. We thought about our current challenges and recognized that this decennial census requires us to reach that increasingly diverse and growing population. We project there'll be about 330 million people in the United States living in more than 140 million housing units around the 2020 census. And with that in mind, our research and testing earlier in the decade focused on the hopefully very familiar 4 innovation areas that'll help us achieve our goal by modernizing the 2020 census. Those 4, beginning with re-engineering address canvassing, where we're changing the way we build our address list, optimizing self-response, making it quick, easy, and safe for everybody to respond online, utilizing administrative records and third-party data, where we're using government and third-party data to help us streamline operations, and last but never least, re-engineering field operations, using our technology to be more efficient. So with that as the backdrop, I'll just leave it with at the simplest. The census is about 4 key things: establishing where to count, motivating people to respond, counting people and the population, and then releasing those results. I always say on this slide, it sounds pretty simple, 4 steps, but we know it's much more complex than 4 bullets. Go ahead. So in bringing us to the focus of today's talk, and certainly in bringing all of our plans together, we released the original operational plan for the 2020 census in October 2015, 3 years earlier than the last decade. This plan describes our vision and design for the 2020 census. It's intended for use by managers, staff, contractors, stakeholders, internal and external, and pretty much, in my opinion, anybody who wants to get a foundation of how we're going to run the 2020 census. Since its first release, we've reviewed and updated the plan on an annual basis to reflect our decisions and our updates. Major program changes that occur in between the iterations of the operational plan are generally released through either our decision memos, or a lot of times we talk about them here in our quarterly PMRs. Version 2 was released last year at this time to reflect decisions and updates, but the overall design in the 4 innovation areas didn't really change that much, and there were just a few things that we wanted to report out. With today's report, we're discussing version 3, which is particularly important for a number of reasons. It reflects our design that's consistent with how we'll be conducting our operations in the 2018 end-to-end census test. And for operations that are not in scope for this test, this is a key update 3 years before Census Day. So while we didn't have many significant design changes between versions 1 and 2, there were notable design changes in this past year that are captured in this plan. All of them I think you've heard before at these PMRs, but this will be a nice summary slideshow where you can see what's happened over time. So I'm going to go as briefly, but not too briefly, as I can through the major changes and accomplishments throughout the 35 operations. Before I do that, I thought I'd pause here and take a look at our decisions. The operational design is comprised or supported by a set of design decisions that are in the plan that drive how the 2020 census will be conducted. The design decisions are informed through research, testing, analysis of costs, and quality impacts of different options. And this slide highlights where we are today in making decisions on important aspects of the operational design by innovation area. And as of September 30th, there are 36 out of the 350 decisions that remain to be made. And so here we will roll up our sleeves and dive into the placemat that we like to call it of the census. So these are the 35 operations of the 2020 census organized into 8 major areas that correspond with the Census Bureau's standard work breakdown structure. It's important to note that the term operation refers to both support operations and business operations. For example, program management is considered a support function, and address canvassing is considered a business function. And the following slides will take little pieces of this picture and talk about them more specifically. So to kick us off, this slide covers 3 operations: program management, systems engineering and integration, and security, privacy, and confidentiality. The 2020 Census Program Management operation will continue to refine as necessary in an effort to ensure program management processes are efficient and effective in managing and governing the 2020 Census Program. Similarly, the 2020 Census Systems Engineering and Integration operation will continue to refine as necessary in an effort to ensure all systems processes are efficient and effective in meeting the business and capability requirements for the 2020 Census Program. Our security, privacy, and confidentiality operation will continue to stay current with laws, policies, and regulations to ensure our systems and our data are protected. There were no major design changes for these 3 operations in version 3.0. These operations continued had selected accomplishments including the support of the new release of the operational plan, maintaining our detailed operational plans that have been released to date. We did award 2 new contracts to support our integrated master schedule, and we continued to support not only risk and change management processes, but use a new SE&I framework for gateway reviews and testing. So moving on to content and forms design as well as language services. Under the auspices of content and forms design operations, the Plan 2020 census subjects were submitted to Congress last year, and we are on track to submit the planned questions for the 2020 census to Congress by March of 2018. Turning our attention then to language services, based on population data, we'll determine the number of languages as well as which languages we will support for the 2020 census, and we look forward to sharing that information with you at an upcoming census PMR. There were also no major design changes for these 2 operations in this part of the plan. Moving along to infrastructure, this slide actually covers 4 operations. Our Decennial Service Center operation handles all service requests initiated by field staff and will use cloud technology to manage calls centrally. Our field infrastructure operation supports the recruiting, testing, fingerprinting, hiring, and training of our staff for the 2020 census as a key support operation for the Reengineering Field Operations Innovation Area. This operation will use technology such as our online recruitment and assessment tool to recruit and test applicants electronically and utilize automated training, a key component of staff training for the 2020 census. The Decennial Logistics Management operation will support the acquisition of space and leasing of our regional census centers, our area census offices, and the Puerto Rico office. Also, this operation provides logistic management support services to the field. This will assist the Census Bureau to ensure that our field facilities and staff receive the materials necessary to do their job, and that the Census Bureau will use an integrated logistics management system to make that process more efficient. During this decennial, the IT infrastructure operation will also use a contract to help plan, manage, organize, and deploy equipment for our regional census centers, which is the foundational infrastructure for data collection operations. So a key change in the design here for version 3.0 is that we will open our regional census centers on or around April 1st of 2018, just a couple of years before Census Day. We've had several key accomplishments in this area as well. In July, we released the 40 early opening area census offices to the General Services Administration to secure space and leasing. And actually today, Burton will join us after the break to talk about all 248 offices, but we're now prepared to release the remaining 208 area census offices to GSA to get that process underway. And then in this area, we also tested cloud computing. As you know, when we talked about the 2017 tests, I think I did that in the July PMR that was using the cloud environment. Okay. So moving on to the frame, our geographic programs operation makes use of a variety of data sources to update the MAFTIGER system and to develop and deploy the geographic update partnership software to streamline partner participation. Our streamlined LUCA operation, as you know, is currently underway and we're receiving registrations through the end of the year. One of the key innovation areas for the 2020 census, as you know, our address canvassing operation will make use of all updating the nation's address list during intercensal years and use aerial imagery. These key changes since the 2010 census result in a more efficient process than having field staff walk every block in the nation. So in these 3 operations this year, as we said, we kicked off LUCA. We mailed over 39,000 elected officials their invitation packages over the summer. Our address canvassing operation was tested not only last fall in the address canvassing test, but Ian will also talk about the test we just finished as part of our 2018 end-to-end census test. And during that test, we also added in quality control components to our listing and mapping application. So more to come on that in just a few minutes. Moving on to response data, our forms printing and distribution operation has been tested in prior censuses and has matured as an operation. Since the second version of the operational plan, operations that are supported by this operation have increased their paper components. We've discussed that a couple of times. And so that's increased the volume and variety of materials to be produced by this operation. We're working through, as Al noted, our procurement processes there, and once that's complete, we'll make an announcement jointly with the government, with GPO. While there have not been any major design changes between the second and third versions of the operational plan, our paper data capture operation has seen its anticipated workloads increase as well as more operations turn to paper. For example, the paper data capture operation will now be performing data capture for update leave forms and paper forms for our group quarters operations. So accomplishments in this area, talking again about the 2017 test, we used these operations and processes successfully in that test. And we also implemented the Enterprise Census and Surveys Enabling, ECASE, I think the crowd is familiar with, that part of that control system for the first time in 17 to support these operations. Continuing on with response data and moving into integrated partnerships and communications, we'll have more discussion on that after the break today as well. But similar to the 2010 census, we're using a communications contract to help assist the Census Bureau in developing and implementing a nationwide campaign, which will include advertising and social media. The program will integrate with the partnership program for a holistic public outreach approach. A key design change here is that our audience segmentation model will be done at the track level rather than at the household level. And the selected accomplishment there you all will be part of today will be sharing information in regards to our draft communications plan. So still in response data, that's the biggest box on this if you didn't catch on. Moving into two other operations within there. For our internet self-response, this operation, as you know, was developed and tested using our new ECASE solution, not only for internet response, but also for census questionnaire assistance response during our 17 self-response test. It was the first time and with that successful implementation. On the horizon for this operation is, of course, the reuse of that instrument with modifications for 2018, as well as implementing our mail strategy for the 2018 census test. And again, that'll be part of our test update that we'll give when I'm done with this update. Under the auspices of non-ID processing, respondents will still be able to respond to the census anytime, anywhere, on any device without using that previously provided unique census ID. And again, accomplishments here marry up very nicely to what I talked about on the previous slide. We use these operations within the 2017 test successfully. Okay. Continuing to move through response data. This is actually part of the operations where we had some significant changes that we talked about, I believe, in July. The update enumerate operation was modified this spring when the new update leave operation was born. The majority of the living quarters that were originally designed for update enumerate will be moved to the update leave type of enumeration area. We'll continue to use update enumerate to update the address and feature data and enumerate respondents in person, but we'll be deploying paper-based methodologies. The update enumerate operation was revised in May of this year. And so this I'd say is one of the biggest changes within the operational plan release. It actually changed that placemat that we used to anchor ourselves so much to add another box on it to take us from 34 to 35. So continuing to move through response data, we certainly need to spend some time on group quarters, enumeration at transitory locations, and federally affiliated count overseas. Again, operations that had some design changes. The group quarters operation is more streamlined as the previously done in-field advanced contact component has been removed and will now be done in our area census offices. The enumeration will be mainly paper-based. However, group quarters will be giving an opportunity to provide electronic responses if they prefer versus paper. The enumeration at transitory locations operation will be completed similar to how it was conducted in the 2010 census. Automation will be used where possible, but ETL, that operation will be primarily paper-based. And finally, the federally affiliated count overseas operation obtains counts by home state of United States military and federal civilian employees stationed or deployed overseas and their dependents living with them. The name and acronym of this operation have been changed to reflect that the counts will not be exclusively for Americans. Census counts include everyone who meet the residence criteria. As discussed in our July PMR, we've done a number of tests on the group quarters operation this year, including an e-response test in 2016 and 2017, some testing with our military installations, and then we were pleased to get agreement from the United States Marshal Service and the Bureau of Prisons to provide e-response for the 2020 census. I'll have to take a drink. Hold on. For our census questionnaire assistance operation, we will provide respondents an opportunity to complete their census interview via the telephone, and it will provide outbound support during NRFU re-interview and coverage improvement. Email was originally planned to be a method for respondents to contact CQA to ask questions, but it has been removed from scope. Again, selected accomplishments here marry up nice with the other self-response components. We tested our new census questionnaire assistance solution using the internet self-response for inbound calls in the 2017 census test. I think this is rounding out. Nope. That response box is big. So moving on to a significant part of response data, the non-response follow-up operation determines or resolves the housing unit status of all addresses included in its workload and enumerates housing units that are determined to have a status of occupied. The NRFU operation will leverage the use of administrative records to reduce its workload and will leverage a re-engineered field data collection structure to manage the operation and to automate to collect census responses. The NRFU operational design differs from the original design as a result of the decision to incorporate the update leave operation as the 35th operation in the design. And with that decision, the non-response follow-up workload will include the non-responding households in update leave. The non-response follow-up operation also includes coverage improvement. The goal of coverage improvement is to resolve erroneous enumerations where people were counted in the wrong place or counted more than once, and omissions when people were missed from all census enumeration operations. We continue to evolve and refine the design of the NRFU operation, and Marianne will talk about that a little bit more in relation to what we're going to do in our 2018 test later today. So last but not least in response data is the response processing operation. As part of an enhanced use of technology this census, the response processing operation, or RPO, will not only use administrative records and third-party data, but will also use expanded technology and enterprise tools developed during our pre, during, and post-data collection activities. And response processing, again, was one of our operations that ran successfully for the 2017 census test, receiving its output from the eCase platform. So moving along to published data, Our data products and dissemination operation covers the tabulation and release of apportionment counts, redistricting data, and all other data products. As with every census, we'll implement any necessary enhancements to our disclosure avoidance techniques to protect the data. Our data products will be disseminated on data.census.gov, and the full 2020 Census Data Products Suite is scheduled to be defined next summer. Achievements in this area include determining that we will use the tabulation that also supports our American Community Survey data, which will be generalized and enhanced to support both the ACS as well as the 2020 census. And we've identified our enterprise data dissemination vehicle, and they have begun releasing beta versions on data.census.gov. Under the auspices of the Redistricting Data Program operation, the Census Bureau will release to each state the legally required redistricting data tabulations by April 1, 2021. This operation differs from the original design by the addition of a second round of verification to the voting district project. This is in recognition of the empirical nature of voting districts, which can change very frequently, and also provides an opportunity to those states who participate in the first two rounds of update to refine their voting districts based on the most current census geography as we go into the 2020 census. We did successfully complete phase 1 of this operation, the block boundary suggestion project, this year, and actually later today, another commercial, James Whitehorn, will provide us an update on this operation. So moving further down the published data stovepipe, this slide covers 3 operations: count review, count question resolution, and archiving. Count review will help ensure that the data obtained through the geographic data collection operations is accurate. Similar to previous censuses, under the auspices of the count question resolution, governments can challenge their official results from 2020. And additionally, similar to 2010, the archiving operation will plan and coordinate the storage of the appropriately defined 2020 census materials and data and transfer to the National Archives and Records Administration as well as our National Processing Center. These operations had no changes this go around, although a couple of them, CQR as well as Count Review, just recently began their planning, and we've had ongoing meetings this year with NARA so we could determine the schedule and the plans for archiving our materials. So what I think is a fun part of the census that we don't talk about a lot is actually the census of island areas, where we're going to enumerate all residents of American Samoa, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The island area censuses will be a paper-based operation using paper questionnaires, paper address registers, and paper maps. Field enumerators will list addresses using paper address registers and paper maps, using the same procedures used in remote Alaska or update enumerate. Enumerators will conduct interviews with household members who are at home or leave paper questionnaires for the household to self-response. So the key area or the key design changes here I discussed, this is primarily all paper operation. And just a little asterisk here, we don't include Puerto Rico as an island. We count Puerto Rico as one of the states in terms of operational procedures. So moving along to our test and evaluation bar, this slide covers the 3 operations related to the post-enumeration survey. The coverage measurement design and estimation operation develops the survey design and sample for the post-enumeration survey of the 2020 census and produces estimates of census coverage based on PES. The coverage measurement matching operation identifies matches, non-matches, and discrepancies between the 2020 census and the post-enumeration survey for both housing units and people in the same areas. Both computer and clerical components of matching are conducted. The coverage measurement field operation collects person and housing unit information independent from the 2020 census operations for the sample of housing units in the PES to help understand census coverage and to detect erroneous enumerations. Selected accomplishments here include working on alternative solutions to support our PES. The key design change here for 3 operations, or for these 3 operations, is starting to use that post-enumeration survey acronym again, PES, and we've replanned the program to include the automation of just 2 of the 5 field data collection operations, independent listing and person interviewing. The remaining operations here will be paper-based. Well, last and never least is the 35th operation, Evaluations and Experiments. Under the auspices of this operation, the Census Bureau will develop and implement formal assessments and evaluations of various operations for the 2020 census program. The Evaluation and Experiments operation will also formulate and execute an experimentation program to support early planning and inform the transition and design of the 2030 census. There are not significant design changes here from the original operational design, and we did start to develop selected 2018 end-to-end test operational study plans or operational assessments this year in this area. So today you've heard about the 2020 operational design and the 35 operations required to execute the census. At a high level, this is how we'll conduct the census. We'll establish where to count by identifying all the addresses where people live, motivating people to respond by conducting a nationwide communications and partnership program. We'll count the population by collecting data from all households, including group and unique living arrangements, and we'll release the census results by processing and providing census data. This design reflects a flexible approach that takes advantage of new technology, utilizes data sources, and introduces new technologies. And before I breathe and take questions, I wanted to take a moment here to thank not only my team, but the many other folks across the Census Bureau that contributed to the version 3 of the operational plan. There's 35 operations, and there's easily 35 people who have some amount of input into those 35 operations. Although we discuss this all year long and make revisions and tweaks based on testing, ideas, constraints, it takes a special group of people to issue a revision, both on time and most of the time with a smile on their face. So I wanted to thank everybody who's either here, who is watching. I appreciate it. We couldn't do it without you. Okay. So somebody can ask a long question while I take a long drink of water. No? Oh, God, I'm on the next slide too. Oh, I think we can pause, or we can get right into the 18 tests. A lot of what I talked about is actually reflected there. Should we do that? Yeah. Okay. Guys, give me a break. Okay. So while the operational plan is certainly very important, I want to remind everybody as we get into the 18 end-to-end census test presentation, certainly this is our last major field test. And as we go into that test, we like to remind ourselves about why we conduct these tests. We know that the conduct of the decennial census has a lot of moving parts, and it's a major undertaking. And as we plan the operational design, you've heard me mention tried and true procedures. You've heard me mention new methods, new procedures, new systems, new solutions, all these things that we're leveraging that include new technologies and considering methodological innovations and the changing world around us. We love when the tests run smoothly, but we do expect to learn from the tests, and we like to use this opportunity too to share some of those learnings with you. We discover what aspects of our solutions work well and what things don't work as well as we'd like. We uncover the expected and the unexpected, and we like to leverage the environment in the tests to explore things of the operational design that we know might require refinement or might not make the final design. And so we like to take advantage of being in this test environment to learn so we can refine this next iteration of the plan as we look ahead to the big deal in 2020. So today we're going to share experiences and outcomes from the address canvassing component of the test that wrapped up earlier this month, and then we're also going to do the look ahead for the peak operations. You want to go to the next slide? So Al has this slide. I think Al had this before, but I have it here because you can see we're at the end, right there in terms of where the end-to-end test is. This is our final major field test before the census. Okay, and so the placemat looks a little bit different here when you see it. Before it didn't have colors on it, but for the test, we generally use the shading to communicate scope. This graphic depicts the 24 operations that are in scope for the test. They're represented in dark and light purple, and the 11 that are out of scope are brown. You'll notice the highlighted operations with the orange rings. Those operations have not been included in a major test to date, and this is the first time we'll be testing them in that type of scenario. That includes update leave, group quarters, data products and dissemination, redistricting data, and data archiving. I'd also like to point out that there are 3 light purple operations supporting the test: content and forms design, language services, and integrated partnerships and communications. They're supporting, although they're not a focus of this test. Many of the operations that are out of scope are highly specialized, such as the island areas that I talked about, or enumeration at transitory locations. Some of the other operations that are out of scope either include external participants like count review, or, for example, LUCA, which is already running in production. So just taking a step back and overviewing our sites, we won't spend too much time here, but our address canvassing portion of the test was conducted in 3 sites: Bluefield, Beckley, Oak Hill, West Virginia, Providence County, Rhode Island, and Pierce County, Washington. Collectively, our experiences in these 3 diverse sites will help us to gain invaluable experience in conducting the challenging process of building the address list across a wide area of physical geography, housing structures, and residence types. We've now concluded the field data collection and analysis is underway, and Ian's going to elaborate on that in just a moment. And we're proceeding then with the remaining operations in scope for the 2018 end-to-end census test in Providence County, Rhode Island. Peak operations will commence in March, and this is consistent. This plan for the sites is consistent with the President's 2018 budget. Marianne is going to go into much more detail on the peak operations in just a second. So just as a segue here between Ian and myself, as we've shown in previous PMRs, here are the key milestones for the test. We're happy to check off the in-field address canvassing line in terms of the schedule. Our self-response components will be available, as you can see, from March 16, 2018 through August 31, 2018 to close out paper data capture. And that includes internet self-response, census questionnaire assistance, and paper data capture. Our non-response follow-up operation will run from May 9th through July 31st. And then calling out here, a notable change from past presentations is the timing of the group quarters operation. Recently, we reached a decision to adjust the timing of the group quarters data collection. The advanced contact will occur June 18th through July 10th, and the group quarters enumeration will be conducted July 25th to August 24th. And we are still on track to publish the prototype, data, and geographic products by April 1, 2019, which is actually the end of the end-to-end test. And I think with that, I'm going to pass the baton to someone else, to Ian.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Hull, and I'm from the Decennial Census Management Division. During my presentation this afternoon, I will first provide a brief status update of the entire address canvassing program, and then I will spend the majority of the time discussing the in-field testing that we just completed as part of the 2018 end-to-end census test. Developing a full and complete frame is critical to the overall success of the census. As a brief overview, the re-engineered address canvassing approach for the 2020 census is one of the key innovation areas. Address canvassing is comprised of both an in-office component and an in-field listing component. It's important to note, all blocks will be canvassed in 2020. However, due to the addition of our multi-year in-office address canvassing process, we expect to only need to canvass approximately 30% of the blocks in person this census versus the nearly 100% of the blocks completed in person during the 2010 census. The in-office address canvassing operation is a continuous process of monitoring the residential and non-residential landscape to measure, assess, and ensure the completeness and accuracy of the master address file and associated attributes and geospatial data. While we have developed a robust in-office address canvassing process, some areas of the country, including those with growth and decline in the number of housing units, or those areas where we do not have adequate source data or imagery, still require the in-field address canvassing. The testing completed earlier this summer in the 3 test sites centered around this in-field testing. First, to provide some updates, in-office address canvassing. As Al stated earlier, Interactive Review completed its first pass of the nation earlier this summer. Interactive Review is one component of in-office address canvassing. During Interactive Review, analysts use a variety of information to review, assess, and mark areas of change or deficiency in each block, or identify blocks as stable and complete. Execution of Interactive Review began in September 2015, and we completed the entire nation, or 11.15 million blocks, on June 8th of this summer. To jump ahead a little bit, work has not stopped for in-office address canvassing. Since our first pass, we have been working to improve various efforts of our in-office address canvassing operation. First is the development of triggers. Triggers will identify blocks that need to be reviewed again for change. For example, we may receive information from the delivery sequence file delivered from the Postal Service indicating change. This change will trigger an originally passive block back into Interactive Review for subsequent review. We will then determine if the MathTiger databases reflect the change indicated by the delivery sequence file and determine if changes are necessary. At the same time, we may trigger an active block back into Interactive Review when new information is received. This also may allow us to convert an active block into being a passive block. We will use multiple sources for our triggers, including partnership files, postal information, and new imagery. Thus far, 3.5 million blocks have been triggered into a subsequent Interactive Review. Development and implementation of our ungeocoded resolution has also recently occurred. Currently, there are 2.8 million ungeocoded records in our universe. These records failed geocoding, and we must assign them a census block. Without this census block information, these ungeocoded cases will be excluded from the frame. We started this component of in-office address canvassing in April of 2017. Thus far, we have geocoded 384,000 cases, and of the addresses we have worked, we have been able to geocode approximately 78% of the records, which is a great success, having an immediate effect on increasing the frame quality. We've also started the in-office address canvassing component for group quarters. This began approximately 1 month ago, September 18th. This includes work on both group quarters and transitory locations. There are currently approximately 215,000 group quarters and transitory locations in the in-office address canvassing workload. Clerks at our National Processing Center are conducting research and helping to add, improve, and change elements of the identified transitory locations and group quarters, conducting internet research using imagery, and then finally calling the individual transitory locations and group quarters, confirming type and contact information. This operation, in essence, is helping to improve and streamline the group quarters validation process from 2010. Our ultimate goal is to limit in-field address canvassing needs for group quarters and transitory locations, and also helping future transitory location and group quarter operations in support of 2020. Now we'll shift to discuss the 2018 end-to-end census test's address canvassing operation. Prior census tests have focused on target research and evaluation. However, the 2018 end-to-end census test focused on the overall integration of systems and operations. This was our final opportunity to test the listing capabilities and the systems required for in-field address canvassing. We have completed multiple tests over the past decade, but this was the culmination of extensive work and refinement, and we are pleased at reaching this milestone. Again, these are the capabilities and systems we will deploy for 2020. This test included a new independent quality control operation. Our past test did not include this independent quality control functionality. We were eager to deploy this vigorous process to help us ensure overall listing quality during in-field address canvassing work. Our sampling system, SMARCS, selected quality control cases. There were two types of blocks selected for quality control. First were blocks that exhibited specific targeted characteristics, such as numerous delete actions. In addition, we selected a random sample of production blocks to be selected into quality control. One sub-objective of this test was to evaluate the effectiveness and overall size of our sampling protocol. Unlike full relisting that has been completed in the past, SMARCS selects a random starting point within a block and instructs the lister to begin canvassing from that point. Based on immediate feedback, Lima is able to determine overall quality from the production listing. This does not necessarily require the lister to complete the entire block. Lima is able to determine a pass-fail rating based on our defined criteria. If passed, the quality control lister is instructed to continue on to the next sampled block. Only if a block fails quality control analysis is the quality control lister instructed to fully re-canvass that specific block. Finally, this test also helped us to validate the process of determining which blocks need to be included in the in-field workload for 2020. In other words, our in-office address canvassing process is correctly identifying the blocks requiring the more intensive field canvassing process. From a methodology perspective, we conducted the address canvassing test in 3 locations. We also implemented the independent quality control functionality that I just described. The methodology used to determine the workload for the test mirrored the criteria that we will use in determining the 2020 workload. There are 2 primary types of blocks that are sent for in-field address canvassing. First, blocks reviewed during our in-office address canvassing process determined to be active, such as those that have had new development, are sent to in-field address canvassing. Second, data or imagery Second, we send blocks that we do not have adequate imagery information or data to make a determination on whether the block has had growth or decline. Often we do not have that information due to imagery concerns. It is important to note we will also include blocks originally resolved by our active block resolution process. Active block resolution was one of the many components of our in-office address canvassing process. Active block resolution was suspended at the beginning of this calendar year, and active block resolution will no longer be used in support of the 2020 census. In order to mirror the blocks being sent to the field in 2020, blocks that were originally resolved in the 3 test sites through active block resolution were sent to the field. This inclusion will help us prepare for what we expect to be sent in 2020. To deploy the test, we use an enhanced version of our listing and mapping application called Lima. This is a census-developed application used in other census programs. Since January, our developers have added the quality control functionality that I have been discussing today. The test will also serve as our first opportunity to integrate with other 2020 systems, such as the eCase control system and our time and expense applications. We deployed the automated training approach that will be used in 2020, which is a multimodal approach using classroom training, self-paced online training from home, and field exercises. This slide presents the high-level milestones of the operation. The operation began on schedule, August 28th, with quality control activities commencing 1 week later. The operation was short. It just lasted over 5.5 weeks. All field operations concluded at the beginning of October. We have shown this slide in the past, and I've included it here for your reference. The address canvassing test was completed in 3 locations. Once again, Pierce County, Washington, Providence County, Rhode Island, and the Bluefield, Beckley, Oak Hill area of West Virginia. This chart also outlines the number of housing units in each of the 3 test sites and the original number of anticipated housing units that were canvassed in the field during this test. This slide presents the total number of basic collection units or blocks worked during the operation alongside the number of blocks sent for independent quality control review. The quality control component of the operation sampled 1,082 blocks into quality control review, representing approximately 13% of the production blocks that were worked. We will analyze the results from our sampling protocol in the coming weeks to determine the overall effectiveness of this sampling protocol. To complete the operation, we deployed approximately 325 production listers and 20 production supervisors. We deployed approximately 75 quality control listers and 8 quality control supervisors in support of the quality control operation. I'd now like to jump in and discuss some early successes and lessons learned from the test. First, we were able to integrate with our eCase operational control system. This was the first operation to integrate with the 2020 operational control system for 2020. We also successfully integrated with other decennial systems such as payroll and the optimizer. We also successfully implemented the independent quality control component. We were able to properly sample cases, we adjudicated production work in real time, and we were able to provide feedback when cases failed quality control. We are eager to further evaluate our quality control process, specifically focusing on the sampling and the thresholds for determining our pass and fail ratings. We also successfully implemented and used field management alerts. Field management alerts are a major component of the re-engineered field operation. There are 14 total alerts used for address canvassing. 10 of them come from our operational control system and include things such as alerts when blocks are not worked within 3 days of assignment or for employees that are not submitting timesheets. 4 of our alerts come from our optimizer, also known as Mojo, indicating potential for overcharge of miles or situations where an employee is indicating a high or low number of cases per hour compared to other employees in that site. We were also able to assign 7 large blocks during the first day of the operation. This has proven to be a stumbling block for us in the past. Some lessons learned. While our online management system functioned properly, we recognize there are some areas of the technical training that can be improved. We received feedback and will work to improve the training that will be deployed in 2020. Listing is a complicated process to teach, and we will continue to explore ways of improving that training. We encountered connectivity problems in our West Virginia test site during the operation. The ability for some of our listers to complete the self-paced online training was hampered by these connectivity issues. We also received reports of slow imagery in West Virginia and other reports of slow download times. It is important to note we specifically selected the West Virginia test site for this very reason. Rural areas often have connectivity constraints, and these rural areas sometimes have the largest amount of geographic files that need to be downloaded. We wanted to examine how our systems would function in these areas with less connectivity. We'll continue to learn from this test to examine other types of contingencies that we may need to deploy. We also need to revisit some of the business rules surrounding optimization of assignments. In some cases, the optimization of assignments functioned extremely well, sending optimized cases based on employees' work availability. However, in some situations, cases far from where the staff lived were not being worked at the beginning of the operation. In other situations, listers were observed traveling long distances to complete work. Some of the blocks with large housing units were also not worked at the beginning of the operation. Many of these observed issues were exacerbated by the location of the staff we hired in 2 of the test sites. Based on observations, feedback, and data from the operation, we will work to improve some of the parameters used by the optimizer to make assignments. We will begin refining the business rules for address canvassing assignment optimization very shortly. And finally, one of the critical requirements of our technology solutions is the ability to work in a disconnected state. Our enumerators need to complete their work when not directly connected to census systems. This is critical considering the diverse geographies we work in and some of the experiences we had in West Virginia. The disconnected state worked. LIMA functioned as designed. However, we discovered some unintended problems during the operation. Listers may not transmit or connect for a long period of time. During that time, assignments may change. We had some instances where more than one lister worked a specific block in production and caused problems because of the lag of working in a disconnected state. These issues will require both an operational and a systems improvement, and we are already working to determine solutions to avoid this in Update Leave in 2018 and in 2019 when we conduct address canvassing for the 2020 census.
Thank you, Ian. My name's Marian Chapin. I also work in the Decennial Census Management Division. We'll now move on to a discussion of the 2018 end-to-end census test peak operations. As seen earlier, this diagram depicts our operational placemat for the 2018 end-to-end census test. Over the next few slides, we'll focus our discussion on the data collection components associated with the 2018 end-to-end census test. And these include our self-response components, the group quarters operation, the update leave operation, and non-response follow-up. As Deb mentioned earlier, the peak data collection components will occur in the Providence County, Rhode Island site test, or site only. And also, since we discussed group quarters and update leave in detail in the July PMR, the presentation today will primarily focus on self-response and non-response follow-up. As just mentioned, in the 2018 end-to-end census test peak operations, there are 4 components. Self-response focuses on leveraging the internet to make it easy to respond. We will also offer paper and telephone response options and allow people to respond without a census-provided user ID. The group quarters data collection is targeted toward the enumeration of the population who live or stay in places such as college or university dormitories, skilled nursing facilities, prisons, jails, and other similar places. Group quarters are typically places where the people living or staying there receive some sort of service, and typically the residents of group quarters are unrelated. Update leave is designed for areas where the Census Bureau has concerns about accurate mail delivery. Update leave is conducted mostly in geographic areas where we have a higher incidence of non-city style addresses. During update leave, field staff will update the address list and our feature data and leave a questionnaire packet. People have the opportunity to provide their response by returning the paper questionnaire, submitting their responses online, or over the telephone. Any address in the update leave area that does not self-respond will be included in the non-response follow-up operation. Non-response follow-up is a data collection operation that will determine the status of all non-responding addresses. Is that address vacant? Does the address even exist? Or is it occupied? For all occupied addresses, we will collect the census response data. The non-response follow-up workload includes all non-responding addresses from our self-response data collection as well as for our update leave operation. You may recognize this slide from past PMRs. In fact, Deb showed it in the start of her operational plan presentation. This slide represents the Optimizing Self-Response innovation area. The goal of Optimizing Self-Response is to generate the largest possible self-response, which then reduces the number of households that require follow-up. The 2018 end-to-end census test will focus on the aspects that are highlighted by the orange boxes. So a tailored contact strategy, which we'll discuss in more detail in a few slides. Multiple modes and devices. Notices encouraging self-response. Online forms in multiple languages, and the opportunity to respond without a census-assigned user ID. To share some additional details about self-response, our objectives for the 2018 end-to-end census test include maximizing self-response through providing multiple response options and varied contact strategies. The more we increase our self-response rate, the more we reduce the need to conduct in-person non-response follow-up, which is much more expensive. And the 2018 end-to-end census test provides a final opportunity to validate the 2020 census contact strategy. With self-response, we will deploy a staggered mail contact strategy. We'll provide people with multiple response modes, internet, telephone, and paper. We'll allow respondents to submit their census responses without a unique census user ID, making it easier for people to respond anytime and anywhere. And we'll provide census questionnaire assistance for respondents who may have questions about the data that we're collecting, about the census in general, or any number of frequently asked questions. And we'll also provide the option for those callers to complete their interview over the telephone. Our self-response solution leverages the eCase Internet Self-Response application. It integrates with our census questionnaire assistance solution. It also leverages our eCase survey operational control system to control and manage our workload, and implements real-time non-ID processing. From a self-response perspective, by way of comparison, in the 2010 census, we offered one mode, paper. We printed 400 million questionnaires. Questionnaires were sent to one of 3 national processing centers for data capture and scanning, and all questionnaires had to be destroyed according to our Title 13 requirements. This decade, we're offering 3 modes. We're encouraging the nation to respond via the internet, and we'll also accept the responses provided over the telephone and responses submitted on the paper questionnaires. Now, let's talk a little bit about the self-response mail strategy that will be used in the 2018 end-to-end census test. Much like the 2017 census test, there will be 2 panels, Internet First and Internet Choice. Of the 271,000 housing units in the self-response sample, about 68% of those housing units will be in the Internet First panel, and about 32% will be in the Internet Choice panel. This is a reflection of the unique needs of the community. Our expectation for the 2020 census is an 80-20 split between Internet First and Internet Choice. The Internet First panel receives a letter encouraging respondents to go online to fill out their questionnaire as their first contact. New for the 2018 test, the Internet First panel features a staggered mailing across 3 cohorts. This is done to help minimize the spikes in the call volume to our census questionnaire assistance centers. It also helps our printers accomplish the challenging work associated with the conditional mailings, mailings 3 through 5, where they'll be getting the address file very close to the date by which the mail must be delivered. After the first 2 contacts, which are delivered to the entire panel, households who have not yet responded will receive up to 3 more reminders, with the 4th mailing including or containing a paper questionnaire. The Internet Choice panel for the 2018 end-to-end census test features a first contact that includes the paper questionnaire. A reminder letter is sent to the entire panel a few days later, followed again by 3 more reminders. The 4th contact will again include a paper questionnaire. We'll now move on to non-response follow-up. In conducting non-response follow-up in the 2018 end-to-end census test, we will use administrative records to inform and reduce the non-response follow-up workload. We will utilize a refined field operational component, including a re-engineered staffing structure and an operational control system that automates tasks once performed by humans. We will monitor the efficiency and effectiveness of the field staff structure and how the staff are able to manage the workload. And we will leverage the opportunity that the test affords us to look at the operational costs and the quality of the data we collect. The non-response follow-up methodology involves the use of administrative records and third-party data to assign a status and set the contact strategies for the non-responding addresses. And we will use automated and integrated case management, case assignment, and data collection approaches, replacing the paper-based operations to provide a faster, more accurate, and more secure means of data collection. To accomplish our objectives, enumerators will use the eCase enumeration application deployed to smartphones to collect the census response data. We'll integrate our eCase field operational control system with our mobile case management, and we'll use eCase automated time and expense and implement an automated training solution. The non-response follow-up operation is influenced by all 4 of our innovation areas, but most significantly by the utilizing administrative records and third-party data innovation area and our re-engineering field operations innovation area. Very specifically, the goal of utilizing administrative records and third-party data is to use information people have already provided to reduce the expensive in-person follow-up, i.e. non-response follow-up. Specifically, administrative records and third-party data will be used to help define and manage the workload while reducing the need for in-person visits. We'll use administrative records information to identify vacant housing units and housing units that do not exist, to help predict the best time of day for us to visit the non-responding addresses, and in the case of occupied addresses, to count the population and fill in responses with high-quality existing data from trusted sources. Next slide, please. After giving the population an opportunity to self-respond to the 2018 end-to-end census test, the Census Bureau will use the most cost-effective strategy for enumerating the non-responding addresses. This diagram depicts the operational flow and contact strategy associated with non-response follow-up addresses as they are impacted by administrative record status that is assigned to each case. Administrative records processing will assign one of 4 values to each non-responding address, those being administrative records vacant, administrative records non-existent, administrative records occupied, or full contact strategy. Once we know the addresses that did not respond via the internet, by paper, or over the phone, we will use administrative records to identify vacant addresses and addresses that do not exist to eliminate the need for enumerators to visit. The undeliverable as addressed information from the United States Postal Service will provide the primary administrative record source for the identification of the vacant and non-existent addresses. These addresses will be statused as ADREC vacant or ADREC does not exist and will not be subject to an enumerator making any in-person contact attempts to those non-responding addresses. Addresses statused as either ADREC vacant or ADREC non-existent will receive a final mailing that will encourage occupants, should there be any, to self-respond to the 2018 end-to-end census test. For the remaining addresses in the initial NRFU workload, enumerators will make an in-person contact attempt to determine the status of the address, again, whether it's occupied, vacant, or does not exist, and when occupied, collect the census response information. If the contact attempt was unsuccessful at reaching someone at home and the address is believed to be occupied, and where we have high-quality administrative data from trusted sources, administrative records will be used as the response data for the household, and no further in-person contact attempts will be made to that address. Addresses status as administrative records occupied will also receive a final mailing that encourages occupants to self-respond to the 2018 end-to-end census test. Addresses with an administrative record status of contact strategy will receive up to 6 in-person contact attempts. The operational design for non-response follow-up has also been greatly influenced by our efforts to re-engineer the way we conduct our field data collection operations. The goal of re-engineering field operations is to use technology more effectively and efficiently to manage field work. To that end, in the 2018 end-to-end census test, non-response follow-up enumerators will use handheld devices for collecting data, reporting their time and expense, and reporting work availability. Support for operational components such as recruiting, training, and payroll will be automated, reducing the time and staff required for these activities, and the Providence Area Census Office will rely on automation to assist in managing the work, to determine efficient case assignments and optimal travel routes. By way of comparison, in the 2010 census for non-response follow-up, we printed paper registers listing each enumerator's caseload and paper maps to help them get to where they needed to go. Each day, enumerators met with their managers at a central location to obtain their assignments and to turn in completed assignments. In turn, the manager would transport all these completed forms back to the local census office, where the cases were checked in and then mailed to a data capture center. In 2020, we have streamlined this process with the field operational control system that will push cases on a daily basis to an enumerator's smartphone. The field operational control system and the optimizer generate optimized routes and assignments for each enumerator based on the enumerator's location, their work availability, the best time to contact probabilities, and the location of the non-responding addresses. The field operational control system and the optimizer generate alerts to assist in the management of the operation, providing focus to the managers on specific things the enumerators may be doing. The field operational control system was used successfully in the 2018 end-to-end test. The things that they have learned in that operation are helping to inform considerations we need to make as we move into the peak operations. Overall, the re-engineering of the field data collection operations will allow managers to work more efficiently and effectively. Another significant advancement for the 2018 end-to-end census test and the 2020 census is the use of automated payroll for non-response follow-up. In the 2010 census, non-response follow-up used a paper payroll process. Paper forms were completed on a daily basis by our enumerators. When an enumerator met with their manager, they would submit their paper time and expense reports. Those time and expense reports then had to be keyed in a local census office into a payroll and personnel system. For the 2018 end-to-end census test and the 2020 census, we have automated this process. The automated process was successfully used in the address canvassing test that just concluded. Enumerators will key their start and end times for a given workday. They'll key the total miles that they've driven in a day, and also report any additional expenses such as parking, tolls, and things like that. These electronic timesheets are submitted, and their supervisors using the field operational control system can review and approve the timesheets electronically. Along with the automation of the payroll process, the supervisors will review and act upon alerts that are generated by the control system that identify outlier situations such as potential overcharging of hours and miles. An alert is just one of any number of ways we are building quality into our operational design. Alerts highlight potential problems that supervisors will investigate and discuss with enumerators over the course of the operation. Even though we do our best to encourage and motivate people to respond, we know that not everyone is going to self-respond. So for the 2020 census, we'll conduct non-response follow-up differently than we have in previous censuses. In the 2010 census, enumerators had paper questionnaires that were completed in person with non-responding households. For the 2018 end-to-end census test and the 2020 census, this process is now automated. We have developed the eCase enumeration application that will be used on a smartphone. This enables the enumerators to view their case list and conduct interviews using the questionnaire that has been built into the application. Enumerators will visit non-responding addresses, entering their census response data into the device, where it is securely stored and then transmitted back to census. This eliminates the need for the paper and the daily meetings between the managers and the enumerators. For the 2018 end-to-end census test non-response follow-up operation, several key activities include the recruiting of the field staff, which is underway, training of the field staff, which will begin at the end of March of 2018, and conducting our data collection. We'll begin non-response follow-up for the end-to-end test on May 9th of 2018 and conclude our data collection by the end of July 2018. You may remember this slide from the April PMR. This slide illustrates the various sources and factors that impact the non-response follow-up workload. The largest contributor to the non-response follow-up workload are those addresses which, after multiple attempts to encourage self-response, have not responded. These addresses come from both our self-response type of enumeration area as well as our update leave type of enumeration area. Other additions to the workload include the non-response follow-up re-interview, response validation, reverse check-in, field verification, the February 2018 delivery sequence file, and addresses from our geocoding resolution process. Considering all of the various factors that contribute to the non-response follow-up workload, we estimate that for the 2018 end-to-end census test, the non-response follow-up workload will be approximately 151,000 addresses. We expect to deploy an estimated field staff of 45 census field supervisors and 1,100 enumerators. To summarize, the 2018 end-to-end census test is our final test prior to the 2020 census. The in-field address canvassing operation concluded, and our experiences are informing aspects of the peak operations, as well as informing refinements that will be made in advance of the 2020 address canvassing operation. The analysis is underway, and we look forward to how the results of that analysis will deepen our understanding about the implementation of that operation. Our planning for the peak data collection operations is on schedule. We look forward to sharing additional information about the peak data collection operations with you in future PMRs. These tests provide invaluable opportunities for us to learn lessons about our operational plans, our system capabilities, and the integration of our operations systems and solutions. The lessons we learn from the 2018 end-to-end census test will inform final refinements to the operational and system design in advance of the 2020 census. And with that, I think we will open it up to questions.
I tried to yield. Hey, I wanted the folks up there and around the room to notice I watched Jim studying these slides very carefully. Welcome back to Decennial, Jim. Ian, I have a couple questions for Ian and for Marion. Just a clarification. I think you said, and I just want to make sure I'm getting this right, the devices we'll be using in ADCAN in 2020 will be those Bureau-owned laptops, not the device of service, or did I misunderstand?
No, for the 2018 end-to-end census test that we just completed this past summer, we used Census Bureau-owned CAPI laptops that are normally deployed for our current survey operations. We use them. For update leave in 2018 and for the address canvassing operation in support of 2020 census, which will occur in the summer of 2019, we will use devices furnished through the device as a contract, or device as a service contract.
Okay, thanks, that helps. And then on the, just a note on the ABR, it's kind of a question about ABR data retention stuff. ABR, we heard way back when, was going to be very promising. We came to a PMR where the very, very, very early results made it look very promising, and then the next PMR, it was gone for budgetary uncertainty reasons and everything. You do have, if I understand, you do have, because you did all the ABR work in the field for address canvassing, you do have all the data you need to evaluate ABR in all of those 3 test sites. And I just wanted to know if that everything's being done to make sure that opportunity to evaluate that isn't gone after 2020.
You bring up a very good point, and yes, when the decision was made to include the blocks that were resolved through active block resolution in the 3 test sites, we also realized that there was an opportunity to use that as an evaluation of ABR to help improve it in the future. So we are looking at evaluating the feedback we receive in the 3 test locations. We have a specific statistical sample that was already decided for the Rhode Island test site that we will carry out, that was specifically designed prior to the inclusion of ABR blocks, but that included some. So the Rhode Island analysis will be slightly different than the analysis that comes from the other 2 test sites.
Thanks. We may be able to close the JO recommendation with that. Thank you. A couple for Mary Ann. Again, this is more of a clarification. The new update leave areas that will go into NRFU if there's non-response, will those seamlessly flow into the admin records bank as well? Because I know that up to now, admin records have been working with the NRFU, and now that you've got some non-city style addresses in there, is that going to be part of the test?
We are planning to put the non-responding update leave addresses through the administrative records processing, just as we will the addresses in the TEA one. I'm sorry, the self-response TEA.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, good to know. And then the last thing is just on the internet access. I know the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, put out a report, and it's 2016 on broadband access around the country, and it was like estimates of 60% of Americans. The numbers that actually had internet in those areas was obviously much lower. I know you guys have all of those data, and there's probably newer data since then. But it just raises the question of, in the outreach, particularly in the test, is there any plan to do any kind of encouragement of the locals to have publicly available, I want to say safe, keylogger-free places where people can do this, as opposed to just relying on the wherewithal of people to actually have the access to the internet?
So I don't know that I'm the best person to answer this question. I believe that we have both Alexa and maybe Maria, both Alexa from an internet perspective and Maria from the partnership perspective, that may be able to provide a more accurate answer than I can.
And I just want to clarify, I understand that 2020 is probably going to have something different than exactly what you're doing. I just want to know what's kind of in scope for the 18 test.
Repeat your question so I get more clarity.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if in the end-to-end test, if there's any plan for any kind of concerted outreach or promotion, working with the locals, the local governments and other partners to ensure some sort of access to internet for folks who don't have it otherwise.
Particularly for the test, we don't have anything related to the IPC. Like the IPC is basically just a general support, mostly from the Census Bureau perspective than from the contractor perspective. We don't have any funding at the contractor level to work with the test. So it will be more like an internal effort from both the CENIAL and the communications director.
I think, Ty, though, it's worth mentioning, we do have partnership specialists in the Providence area. I'm looking at Jeff because I know it's his region. But there will be some partnership activity there. It's just not woven into the test to be tested. So it will be very different in 2020, I assure you.
Thank you.
Carol Rice, Office of Inspector General. I have a couple of group quarters questions. So moving, surprise, moving the schedule later, I assume that's just for the test, that's not your plan for 2020. So moving it later for the test, what are you doing about the college dorms? Because the time frame you're doing it is there's not in session. And I know you were planning an earlier operation for NERFU to catch students living in non-dorm situations. So I know you've got that part covered, but what are you doing with the dorms?
So good question, and something we talked about extensively as Judy Belton back there nods her head. We realize that. We know we have good working relationships and hope to establish that. The universe is like 500, Judy? Can you remind me? It's small in scope, and we know the negatives of moving the timing, but we'll have our whole group quarters operation can all run, which we thought that was in the trade-off more and important to get that done. What else do you want to add in, Judy, in terms of moving it?
Hi, Judy Belton, Decennial Census Management Division. We did consider the college dorms with the move of having group quarters data collection a little late in the summer. We realized there may be some recall biases, but what we wanted to do was focus on the purpose of the test, and that was to test our systems. There are about 9 colleges in the Providence, Rhode Island area that represents about 154 college dorms. So we realized that some of those dormitories would have residents there, have students there, and we realized that some of them would not. But again, what we wanted to do was focus on the systems for 2018 and being ready for 2020. So we did realize that there may be some recall biases. So.
Will you be testing the administrative record, using administrative records to enumerate as well for college dorms, or?
When we contact the colleges and universities during the summer, if they will be given the opportunity to provide a method of enumeration. So if they decide that they would want to do e-response will be offered to them. So it's not administrative records as you're thinking of, but it is the facility provided records. They will have the opportunity to send them to us.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. Another question on rural connectivity. So you mentioned, Ian, in West Virginia, there were issues. So how are you going to test the new device in a different application for NERFU with respect to rural connectivity? And I guess that's probably more Mary Ann.
To test the connectivity?
For NERFU.
So
for NERFU, you're using a different device and a different application.
I was going to explain what we were. Okay.
Yeah.
So one of our requirements is that the application can work in a disconnected state. However, what that means is to be able to receive their assignments, they have to be connected at least at some point during the day for them to receive their assignments before they can go out and begin to do their field work. But once they have the devices loaded, or I'm sorry, the assignments loaded onto their device, they can work in a disconnected state to collect the response information for those non-responding addresses. And once they get back into a connected state, the data can transmit.
Carol, if I might say, one of the problems we encountered during the address canvassing test in the West Virginia site in terms of connectivity related to actions that went on when the listers were in a disconnected state and the office was not in direct communication with them in terms of managing cases. We've identified that as a challenge, and we've looked at procedures for the office supervisors to communicate with those listers to make sure that we're not sending the same cases out that are already out and being worked, so we don't encounter that duplication. That becomes more a challenge of addressing field procedures as we determine how to communicate assignments and how to look at assignments, knowing that in some areas you will have operations going on in a disconnected state. It's similar to some challenges we have on survey operations today in terms of communicating multiple field reps working the same case to try to get better time coverage. That is usually solved by effective communications between field supervisors and field reps, things that we've clearly understood how to do on the survey side of the world, and so it's translating that into an effective procedural policy in the local area census offices for the decennial.
Okay, one last question. So this is on a key design change for NERFU. You mentioned it includes coverage improvement. What does that mean?
So there will be a component that is now incorporated into the entire scope of non-response follow-up that is about the resolution of erroneous enumerations. This is similar in part to the coverage follow-up operation that we conducted as part of the 2010 census. Select cases will be identified based on what has occurred in the data collection for the production cases for self-response, non-response, to identify cases where we think we need to do some additional follow-up to try to resolve what might be going on there, count discrepancies, things like that. All of the workload associated with the coverage improvement cases will be done by an outbound telephone operation conducted via our Census Questionnaire Assistance Center.
Are there any final questions for the session? Yes, Dan.
Dan Cork, National Academies. Just to follow up on that last point on coverage improvement, like I mentioned quickly, the types of cases, and it's analogous to the 2010 SIFU operation. Was there any rough order of magnitude number of cases anticipated in that? And is the addition of outbound calling something that's already factored into the existing CQA contract, or does that have to be added in?
So I don't want to leave the impression that this coverage improvement operation is the same as the 2010 coverage follow-up operation. It's not. Our expected workload for the 2018 end-to-end census test is about 5,500 addresses. I do not think we have at this point a workload that we could share with you specifically for 2020. We're still working on the refinements to the operation. In terms of this being within the scope of the Census Questionnaire Assistance Contract, yes, it is within the scope of the Census Questionnaire Assistance Contract.
And then just, again, I didn't want to say it was exactly equivalent to the previous operation, and I actually have cheated and looked at the version 3.0 plan that's up on the site now, where it does mention that will explicitly not be using administrative records either for determining phone numbers or for detecting coverage problems in coverage improvement. And just curious how that conclusion got reached, whether that's a potential opportunity for an evaluation or experiment instead.
When we looked back at the results from the 2010 census as it related to the use of administrative records, it wasn't what proved to be one of the most successful approaches to the identification of the cases that would be selected as something that would require these additional phone contacts to resolve any sort of coverage questions or resolve situations where we have questions about the coverage. So that was in part what led to the decision to not include administrative records usage in the 2020 coverage improvement operation. There were much more productive ways to identify the cases that would require us to make some additional phone contact attempts. And what was the second part of the question, Dan?
Potential experiment or evaluation as opposed to part of the main process.
It hasn't been one of the topics that was submitted to us when we solicited ideas about the 2020 census evaluations or experiments. That said, we have not finalized the scope of the 2020 census evaluations and experiments program, so it could be something that could be considered along with the full range of proposals that we did receive.
If there are no further questions, I would like to thank Ian and Marianne and Deb for their presentations, and I think they deserve a hand for those presentations. We are running a little bit ahead of time, but that's quite all right. We'd like to give you a break at this point in time. We'd like to resume promptly at 3 o'clock. Thank you very much. During the afternoon session, the later session, we will be discussing 2020 census operations, an update on the locations, an update on our redistricting data program, and our Integrated Partnership and Communications Plan launch, and followed up in the closing part of the meeting with the 2020 systems overview. So thank you very much. We will see you at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. If we could start to reassemble in our seats, please. We'll get started. We don't want to keep you too late on a Friday afternoon. Well, thank you. I hope you had a good break. We are now going to proceed into talking about 2020 census operations, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Burton Rice, the Decennial Communications and Stakeholder Relationship Executive, and he will talk about the update on our local area census office locations. Burton?
Thank you, Al. We just heard Marianne Chapin talk about the differences in the NRFU operation and the field operations in 2020 relative to 2010. These innovations are quite profound, and they have a huge impact on the field office infrastructure that we are implementing for the 2020 census. These significant changes are going to have a significant impact on the amount of offices we need in their space. Because for all of the reasons that you heard, we don't need as much space within the offices that are managing the census. Today, I want to provide a high-level overview of the factors we are considering as we make the decisions, as we've made the decision about the number of offices we need and where we're going to locate them. Area offices are what we called local census offices in the 2010 census. This is where we manage the field operations for the census. They house the management staff. They house the materials that the staff needs. They house the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure that's necessary for the people who are managing the non-response follow-up, the group quarters, the update leave, the update enumerate operations. Importantly, though, that management structure, as Marianne has talked about, is now dispersed significantly. It's not housed in the office the way it was in the LCO in 2010. The payroll information doesn't have to be managed any longer in the office. It's going to be managed through automation. Likewise, the case workload dispersal and the case workload retrieval is not going to be happening in the office, where in the past we would have to bring, in 2010, the forms, the paper forms that the enumerators filled out, would have to bring them in and scan in administrative information from those forms and then transport them to the data capture centers. It's a very different looking operation. So moving to the next slide. We're on the first slide. Good. The process that we used was to define the number of offices first by looking at the anticipated non-response follow-up workloads. We also took into account management factors, including the optimal number of census takers that we would have in each, managed through each office. For the delineation of offices and for the location and selection of the location for the offices, we considered the anticipated non-response follow-up workloads, but we also considered demographic factors, including the population density and the location of the hard-to-count population, the location of group quarters, and the locations of various geographic factors. So we didn't want an office that had an office area that had a significant river running through it, for example. We also went through a back-and-forth process, and I'll mention this again later, but with our census field staff, as we looked at the optimal locations, the right places to be putting the area census offices. A statistical model was used to determine the number of core enumerators needed to conduct NRFU, the non-response follow-up operation, and that really is the driving operation for the location of the offices. The model takes into account such things as NRFU workloads, estimated in-field address canvassing workloads, military and American Indian reservation boundaries, the low response scores that we have fixed to different population groups in different geographies, and the physical geography itself. We know that there are 55 million housing units that need to be interviewed in the 20, or roughly, we're approximating 55 million households that will be interviewed. And we know that we are thinking that there's roughly 195 cases that will be completed by each enumerator. These are very rough, but that is kind of part of what drives us to recognizing that we're going to need in the neighborhood of 280,000 enumerators. We also know that each ACO will roughly support about 1,100 staff. That's not just the enumerators, but the field staff, the other field staff, and the management staffs as well. We then take into account other issues. We make adjustments for large workloads. We make adjustments for challenging environmental and enumeration considerations and the unique circumstances that different areas of the country, different offices have to confront as they fulfill the NRFU operation. The number and the size also takes into account different factors that I'm going to get to in a minute that, for example, we know we have to have an ACO in each state, at least one. We know that we can't break apart American Indian reservations. They need to stay whole within an area census office location. And we know that we know that there that we wanted to try to have this, roughly the same amount of workload for every area census office. But again, that varies because there are some areas that are going to naturally have a much higher workload. For example, an area in a very densely populated area of Florida or New York might have a higher workload, a much more dense workload than the workload associated with an area census office in a place like Wyoming, where it's more dispersed. We also included the local knowledge from the regions about how best to place these offices so that they're placed optimally. So when we look at the relationship, and we can go to the next slide, between 2010 and 2020, after we considered all of the factors that I just described, we arrive at 248 offices for the 2020 census operation. 40 of these offices will open early. They're already being leased. The leasing process for them is already underway. Will be opened early to conduct the non-responsive, the address canvassing operation. Again, because of the factors I talked about at the beginning, this is a far smaller number. These offices are somewhat bigger than they were in 2010, but it's a much smaller number than the number of offices we included in 2010. In 2010, we had 494 local census offices. In 2020, we only have 248. The early office opening for address canvassing in 2010 was 150. In 2020, it's only 40. We know that each NRFU office, ACO, is going to roughly handle 200 plus NRFU cases. In 2010, it was less than 100,000. And we know it's about 1,100 enumerators for each office or field staff. So this difference is stark, and this is significant because area census offices are expensive. We estimate that an area census office costs roughly $6 million to operate through the duration of the census. So the cost of opening the same number, or relative to 2010, we're saving over $1 billion, close to $1.5 billion in the reduction in area census offices alone. So in choosing then, knowing that we now only have about half as many offices in 2020 as we did in 2010, we then had to figure out where we put them. We established the criteria for the offices and conduct the initial delineation, and then again go through this back and forth review with the field staff and management to arrive at our locations. And there are specific criteria that we have to take into account. We know, as I said, that we have to have at least one ACO per state, and that we can't split Indian reservations regardless of the county or state barriers. When you look on the map outside, you'll see a couple of places where, in particular, like between Nevada and California, Arizona and California, there are a couple places where the ACO does cross a state line. That's to honor holding the American Indian reservation that's included in that ACO intact. We know that we must not split military bases. And then without that, given the exceptions I just cited, we also know that we must not cross state or local boundaries. And then there were other considerations that we took into account. We looked at where major cities and towns were. We know we wanted to locate ACOs in major or near major cities and towns with high population density. We wanted to make sure that the ACOs were sitting where the population is. We wanted to make sure that the ACOs had a natural and logical relationship to where we anticipate hard-to-count populations to live, because hard-to-count populations require a lot more field work and a much stronger census presence. GSA will take into account, as they look for offices, the availability of office space. We want to be close to major transportation networks. And we want areas with a diverse labor force, a diverse applicant pool. Those were driving factors that had us arriving at the places where we're putting the area census offices. This map just shows you the number of offices that we're anticipating for each state. It's a tile map, and you can see by different colors how it breaks out in the regions. If you look to the next slide, we have the number of ACOs by region, with 45 for New York, 36 for Philadelphia, 32 for Chicago, 42 for Atlanta, 50 for the Denver region, and 43 for the Los Angeles region. Again, I mentioned the map. We have a map that shows where these locations are. These specific locations of each area census office, the 248 census offices, will be released in a decision memo that's going out likely on Monday under Al's name. And it will include the initial locations that we've given to GSA for them to begin the process of identifying where there will be offices, the space that they'll be located in, where the space exists. The office leasing process is not super defined. GSA has a lot of latitude moving within our requirements. So you'll see this initial list, but those locations will shift as GSA goes through its process. They're going to balance our requirements against the cost and the availability of the office space that they can identify, that they can secure for us. And then they'll go through a build-out process to establish the ACOs and get them up and running. We have just a few key milestones. By January 18, we'll be opening the regional census centers. Wave 1 ACOs open, I'm sorry, that date is incorrect. I don't know why it's there. My apologies to anybody who balked at that. The RCCs will be open well before January 18. But after January 18. But between January and March of 19, our Wave 1 ACOs will be open for the address canvassing operation. And between July and September, we'll open the remaining ACOs, and then we'll begin closing them in December of 2020. So at any rate, that's just a rough overview of how we're arriving at the number, how we arrived at the number, and how we're placing the area census offices that we'll be using to conduct the 2020 census. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Bart.
Thank you.
If there are no questions in that area, we're going to move on to James Whitehorn. And James wants to talk about the census redistricting data program. James.
Thanks, Al. As Al said, I'm James Whitehorn. I'm the chief of the Census Redistricting and Voting Rights Data Office. I'm very happy to be here. It's been a while since redistricting's reported out at the PMR, and we do have some updates that we want to share with you. So I'd like to start with a little bit of background for people who aren't too familiar with the program itself. The redistricting data program has a very specific mission. It's laid out by Public Law 94-171, and that law requires us to establish a program to allow states to identify the small geographic areas that they need for conducting legislative redistricting after the census. This has historically been identified as voting districts, tabulation blocks, and then other electoral geography like state legislative and congressional districts. The law also requires us to deliver to the persons and bodies with the initial responsibility for legislative apportionment and districting those tabulations that they've identified, and no later than 1 year from census day. That group is composed of the governor's legislative leadership and then any public bodies such as commissions that have already been established at the time of our data delivery. The role of the program is to establish the program criteria, then identify the required tabulations, and then to make sure that those tabulations are delivered on time. Most importantly, this process is required to be conducted in a nonpartisan manner, and one of the ways we accomplish this is we have the state legislative leadership in each state with members of both parties agree on a nonpartisan liaison who can represent the state's interests for the program, and we work with that individual or those individuals throughout the life cycle. I'd like to start with a timeline for the program to give you a sense of where we are in the cycle. For us, this is a decade-long process. We begin the work on each decade's redistricting data program, as soon as we complete delivery of the data from the previous decennial. We conduct focus groups with the official liaisons to understand what worked well and where changes are needed. And we also use this time to review the legal landscape of redistricting to understand what will be needed when data is ready to be released again during the next census. To kick off the program, we solicit the liaisons that I mentioned a moment ago. And we were in the midst of conducting outreach meetings with those liaisons and with the state legislatures when we last saw you at a PMR. I'm happy to report that 26 of our 52 possible participant states took advantage of those, so we had a tremendous response, and it was a great experience for both us as a learning experience and then for the states to be able to get some information out to them early. Where I'm going to present most of the information today on this program is around the just completed Phase 1, which is the Block Boundary Suggestion Project, which Deb mentioned earlier. And then two items, if you notice on the slide, have red leaders. We've got the final PL 94-171 specifications, and we have the Phase 2 voting district project, both with sort of red leaders there. And those are the areas that where most of the changes or updates are involved. So as I mentioned, we successfully completed the Block Boundary Suggestion Project on July 31st of this year. This is one of the first completed projects for the 2020 census. It was open to all states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico, and allowed states to provide features that they need as block boundaries when the 2020 tabulation blocks are produced. We had a 63% participation rate during the initial delineation, and we had a 58% participation rate during the verification. Now, some of this was, some states were coming into the program during verification as opposed to during the delineation. So overall, we had 41 out of 52 of our eligible partners participate. So we were very pleased with that. So with the successful completion of Phase 1, we're now moving full steam ahead on Phase 2. This is the voting district project. This is where we collect voting districts, precincts, wards for the states. We sent letters of invitation to our liaisons notifying of the impending start of the program. We also sent each governor and the legislative leadership in each state a notification that Phase 2 is about to start, and also letting them know that we had invited their state through that liaison. This is to ensure that both parties are aware and that the legislative leaders continue to be aware of the work that's being done on their behalf. We expect this phase to start on January 3rd of 2018. The big change from our initial design is that we've added a second round of verification. This is recognizing the sort of temporary nature of voting districts, which change very frequently within states. It also provides an opportunity for states who participate in the first two rounds of updates, the initial delineation and then the first round of verification, to get one final look as we go into the 2020 census and help ensure that the voting districts that they've provided are as current and accurate as possible to increase the relevance of the data when we provide it after the census. So the second main area I want to address is in regards to our data delivery. We're going to be producing prototype geographic and tabulation data products from the 2018 end-to-end test. We expect to deliver the geographic products in early 2019, followed by the tabulations in March of 2019. As part of this test, we're working with our data dissemination group on methods for an official delivery of the data to our legally required recipients, the governors, legislators that I mentioned before, in an electronic fashion. So that will be part of our test. The geographic products coming from this test will be the standard products we've produced from previous censuses. We'll have the electronic mapping files, otherwise known as shape files. We'll have PDF maps. This will include county block maps, state legislative district maps, school district maps, and block assignment files, which are listings of which tabulation blocks, the smallest geography for which we tabulate data, which tabulation blocks compose different geographies, so which blocks are in a place, which blocks are in my township. What we won't be producing is the crosswalk, the block-to-block relationship files. This is a crosswalk table between the 2020 blocks and the 2010 blocks, since we won't actually have 2020 blocks to do that at the time. Now, as a lesson learned from past decennial censuses, we find it's vital that the Census Bureau produce a set of prototype geographic and tabulation data products to illustrate what the states can expect from the decennial census. The prototype is used to build and test systems in advance of the official data release so that states can begin work immediately, as many have short statutory deadlines that begin with the receipt of their data. As some of you may be aware, the Office of Management and Budget is evaluating a possible revision to the standards under which statistics on race and ethnicity are collected and reported by the federal government. While a decision has not been made on the revised race and ethnicity standards, one issue being reviewed is the use of a separate question versus a single question when asking respondents to identify their race and ethnicity. If the decision from OMB is that a separate question is required, as is currently done, we will use the 2010 design for the 2020 census for the tabulation data products. This is the left side of the table that's up on the screen right now. So this is sort of the traditional redistricting tables as produced for the 2010 census and for Census 2000. However, in order to be prepared for the possibility of a combined question, we're working right now to issue a Federal Register notice, and I just got good news just hours before this meeting that we finally have a docket number, so I would expect this to be published next week. But we have a Federal Register notice for comment that has adapted the data tables to reflect a combined question from the 2018 end-to-end census test. We're going to use this prototype data product to illustrate and solicit feedback on what the PL 94-171 redistricting file will look like being produced from a combined question and how it addresses the needs of the states for their legislative redistricting requirements. This prototype product design is shown by the combined race and ethnicity table on the right up here, and then we'll have more detail in that Federal Register notice. There's an external link on the notice that has a more descriptive table layout, and that should be published next week, hopefully, as I mentioned. So we hope by taking this approach that we're going to be very well positioned to respond to either decision that is made. Now, in addition, you might have noticed at the bottom of the table, we see an additional table in the design. Several states have a statutory need to reallocate specific group quarters populations, such as students, military, or prisoners, within their state before they perform their redistricting. A request for group quarters information to accompany the redistricting data was received in 2010, but it was considered too late to be accommodated. So what we did instead is we produced something called the Advanced Group Quarters file. This is a file that's normally produced in the Summary File 1 data product as Table P42. It's the total group quarters population, total population by group quarters. But we were able to produce that earlier than we would have normally, but we didn't get it out until the end of April. When we did our evaluation with the states of the program, they indicated that this late delivery made that file not useful. Their redistricting clock starts the day they receive the official data, and so they repeated their request in 2020 that we include that, and we've worked to have that added to the official redistricting data file, regardless of which way the question is asked, whether we have a separate or combined question. We should still be able to put this group quarters table on the redistricting data file. And as I mentioned, electoral geography, the state legislative and congressional districts, is also important to the redistricting data recipients. So we continue to collect those boundaries on a 2-year cycle. We just published, well, when we collect these, if there's changes to the congressional districts, we retabulate the Summary File 1 data product from the previous decennial and publish that data. That data product for the 115th Congress was just published on October 19th on the FTP site and American Fact Finder tool. And we'll do one more collection of these prior to the 2020 census. We'll start this November to collect the 116th Congress and the 2018 state legislative districts. And that's the last collection that we typically will do prior to a decennial census. So finally, as you can see from the milestone list, we've accomplished a lot. There's still a lot to do. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, if there are no questions, thank you very much, James. We appreciate that. And now we're going to turn to Maria Olmedo Malagan from the Decennial Communications Coordination Office, and Maria will be presenting the Integrated Partnership and Communication Plan version 1.0.
Thank you, Al. As Al mentioned, I'm Maria Olmedo Malagon. I'm the Assistant Division Chief over the Integrated Partnerships and Communications operation. The IPC is an operation that is conducted in partnership with the Communications Directorate and the Field Directorate. We have several components for this operation. Particularly, we have a communications contract that from what I understand, I took over the operation in late January, but the contract was presented a couple of times on previous PMRs. This is my first PMR on the operation. And the contract was awarded to John and Rubicon last year in August, and they have been working on that, so that's a big piece. And another big piece is our community partnerships and engagement programs on field division. And the third part will be all the communications efforts that are conducted in partnership between the communications directorate with their communication staff and part of our communication staff in the decennial in the decennial communications and coordination office under the decennial directorate. Today, I'm going to focus my presentation mostly on two big components of the communications contract, which is the research that we will be conducting this fiscal year, and the communications plan that was recently released. So a little bit of the Integrated Partnerships and Communications operation. Our goal is to motivate people to self-respond, preferably by the internet. That's our #1 goal the next couple of years. However, we support every other operation, every other area, and every other way that the public could answer to the 2020 census, including non-response follow-up. So we have several stages, and we will definitely target our communications efforts to different areas that will conduct different things that are not the internet self-response, but the ultimate goal is have as many people as possible answering the census through the internet. So this is an overview on how the campaign and the research, the campaign will look and how the research will support the campaign. So we start with predictive models, which will estimate the household self-response propensity and the likely response mode and the timing of the response. Using Census Bureau data and third-party data, we'll be able to predict each household's probability to respond, enable us to predict low-response households and group them on tracks and tailor the outreach on those tracks through these propensity models. Our second step is conducting the Census Barrier Attitudes and Motivator Surveys, which we know as CBAMs, and that's what we are using to understand what motivates and what does not motivate, what are the attitudes that people have toward the census, and we will use both the predictive models and the CBAMs result to create these mindsets that will define how we will reach people at the different tracks that we will be grouping, which is our third step. Is like grouping census tracks into segments based on their household's propensity to self-response, their demographic characteristics, and our understanding of their household attitudes based on responses to the CBAM's 2020 survey. We will not be targeting individuals, households, but instead we will be reaching census tracts. Step 4 is planning the campaign for each audience based on their segmentation data. For example, for a segment of the population that is geographic concentrated, we can use local tactics like spots, television, radio, events, in language media, if we have a particular language propensity for that area, etc. We will design ads to specifically reach each audience. We will develop an overarching campaign platform and then tailor initial designs of creative based on what we know about our audiences. Then with our robust creative pre-tested, we will improve ads based on real feedback from a sample of people on the audience group. Step 6, we will be delivering the advertisements, which we'll be carefully monitoring, and step 7 will be As household complaints the questionnaire, we will revise our models and gain efficiency by shifting resources to the area that we predict to have the highest amount of remaining households who have not yet responded, and limited resources expanded on geographies with high response rates. Step 8 is having our rapid response team active to address real-time issues. We will review a daily response report among key demographics and geographic groups. We will coordinate with field and partnership teams to prioritize audiences and align messages. Next slide, please. So this is a little bit of how our research methods look. Pretty much the main ones for this year, as I said, is the predictive models, which was when we will be creating the propensity of households to self-respond. The 2020 CBAMs with the qualitative and quantitative data that we will be conducting over the next months, and in one of on the next slides I will discuss further that, because that's our main project for this year. The segmentation, in which we identify groups in the population based on similar likelihood to respond to the census, their attitudes and demographic characteristics, and the creative development. So pretty much predictive models have started being worked through the last fiscal year and continue to be worked. CBAMs is going to be conducted over the next couple of months, and the segmentation is going to be conducted immediately after CBAMs, so that's pretty much what we are doing this fiscal year. Very late in the fiscal year, or mostly early next fiscal year, we will start with creative development, which is the process that involves multiple rounds of research that will include the development of campaign teams, pre-testing of the selected audiences, and interactive feedback using qualitative and online quantitative techniques to test our advertising. Next slide. So this is just more like, I like to use this more like a graphic way to explain how we are going to do all these. As you can see, we have different households. We put households together in tracks in the way that we see what is their likelihood to respond with the modes, the timing of the responses, and then create methods and I don't want to say mini campaigns, but we really target what we are going to be doing with them by track. Next slide, please. So this is CBAMs. I say CBAMs is our main project for this fiscal year. It's going to be a big research project divided on two parts, the quantitative part and the qualitative part. The quantitative part will be a survey in which we will use mail and internet options, and we will have two language options, English and Spanish. We will oversample for difficult low response score tracks, and with tracks with high percentage of Black, Hispanics, and Asian households. This is a similar strategy for what we use on national content test. Our sample is 50,000 households, and we expect a 30% response rate. The messages what we will be testing during CBAMs will be census familiarity, importance and likelihood to participate, internet and address media use, basic demographics, civic participation such as voting, and attitudes towards state, local, and federal government, data confidentiality, and basic messaging frames. On the qualitative part of CBAMs, we will be conducting focus groups with hard-to-count populations. One of our main focus for the qualitative part is testing with American Indian and Alaska Natives and with Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders, because we don't think we will get a good number of those populations on the quantitative part. We will also be conducting research with rural and economically disadvantaged individuals, low internet proficiency individuals, Middle Eastern and North African, and also we will conduct with Black and African Americans, particularly on very hard to count areas, young single mobiles, Spanish-speaking individuals in the US, Chinese-speaking and Vietnamese-speaking individuals. We will also plan to conduct 4 focus groups in Puerto Rico, but as Al mentioned earlier, we have several challenges due to the damage of the hurricane in Puerto Rico. So right now, our plan is probably not conducting the focus group in Puerto Rico at the same time that we will conduct the focus groups in the mainland. Here, we plan to do the quantitative and qualitative parts of CBAMs between February and April of next year. Most probably we'll wait a little bit in Puerto Rico, and we feel more comfortable launching the focus groups over there. We have already been in talks with New York Regional Office, and I'm very happy to report that they are really trying to help us to find a way that we can continue with the plan and don't leave Puerto Rico untested, because unfortunately we don't have a way to conduct the quantitative part of this of CBAMs in Puerto Rico, so we are really trying to do the qualitative part over there. Next slide. So this is our 2020 Census Communications Plan. This is a very first draft, and we call it the approach. It's not really a plan, it's just a plan by name, but it's more like a general approach of what we want to do, how we're planning to do things, but we plan to produce several other versions based on the research. Most probably we'll have a new version very late this fiscal year or early next fiscal year after we complete our initial research, and then we will have another version after creative development at the least. So the plan will serve to support these 6 phases that we will be having for communications during the decennial. Probably the longest phase starts in calendar year 2019, and it's the strategic early education phase. And that's where we are trying to talk to census with people that are not really familiar with census or have more negative ideas about census, basically our how to count. And that's where we are going to use more partnership, particular local and national partnerships, the statistics in school programs, and public relations efforts, more media outreach, trying to get the name of the census out there. Then we will start the awareness phase, and that is more January and February. That's more for like everybody, your average person, someone that will be more likely to answer the census, but maybe they don't know that it's coming now, so that will be when we will start having some sort of like use of all our platforms, but particularly the advertising one with awareness type of ads. Then we'll go to motivation, which will be end of February through April, and that's when we are really going to have those ads that you probably remember from 2010, asking people to, well, in 2010 was more mail the form back and really repeating that message all the time. So that's when we are going to concentrate those types of efforts. And then we will have the reminder phase. That's the 4th part, and it's the more like, well, if you can, like if you haven't done so, please fill the form. That's also the phase where we start having ads and other communications efforts and encourage people that if you didn't answer the phone, but you get an enumerator in your house, please open the door to the enumerator and complete your census form. After that, we will have short thank you phase between August and the end of the year. Just thanking our stakeholders, partners, and most probably we'll have at least one ad thanking the American public for supporting us. And then I'm really excited because we're having a data dissemination phase that technically we didn't have last time. So through the IPC, we will also be encouraging the data and supporting the data dissemination efforts. We will help when we disseminate the final numbers and try to engage our data users in the different forms to use the census numbers. So I'm going to discuss now the parts of the communications plan. There's a lot of information, and once you have access to the plan, you will notice it's over 200 pages. So I'm going to do my best here to summarize the different chapters of the plan. First is advertising and media buying. We are on a new digital environment that's presenting a lot of challenges for us, but a lot of opportunities to use. You probably are familiar. This is, I think that when we dealt with the campaign in 2010, it was a little bit different, but not as different as we have now. We still have a lot of popularity on TV, radio, still print was part of like a big market. Not anymore. Now we have a lot of platforms where people
watch TV shows, etc. So we have a lot of challenges over there, but also a lot of opportunities to be very creative in the way that we are advertising to our different audiences. Definitely, we will be considering the competition that we will have. Our operation will be running at the same time that several other things will be running that year. We will have the Olympics. Most importantly, we will be competing with primary season, and that's a big concern that we have. So we know that we have to work our media buys relatively early, because we will have a big competitor, which will be a variety of political candidates that will be running ads at the same time that we will try to be doing this. Also, we know that we will have to focus a lot on digital advertising. We conducted a test in 2015 in Savannah, and we understand that this work, and with certain audiences, we know that we will have to focus more on digital advertising than in any other platforms that we have available right now. Next slide. The campaign will also be supporting stakeholder relations. We will work to identify, to solicit feedbacks and help raise awareness of the 2010 census, ensuring open and effective lines of communication. And that is something that I'm very proud to say that we have been doing already. We have been engaging several stakeholders on the planning and in the development of the campaign, and particularly the communications plan. Right now, we are in talks with our advisory committees on what is the results of this first version. But before that, we have several conversations. We went around the country. We have visits to our regional office to hear the concerns of internalized stakeholders from the Bureau. And so we want to continue that. We want to continue working with our stakeholders, because we accept that we don't know all, and that at the more local level or at the more audience level, we will get great feedback and great advice on how to continue our campaign. Also, we have the partnership program. And as I mentioned, we have a very strong local, regional, and national partnership program that will be supporting the valuable role that partners have ahead of the 2020 census. We will prioritize our efforts to a tier approach. That's something new and innovation that we have this time, which is like we are not really trying to reach everybody, but we are really trying to reach different partners on different levels, and particularly on what kind of involvement they are willing to have. We have folks that are really out there doing a lot of things for us. We have organizations right now that have been supporting additional research for us, forums, bringing coalitions together, and those are like the big partners, the people that are really open to do really big things for us. But we also want to support that local partner that is willing to give us a space or provide free Wi-Fi in an area that probably not everybody has internet to answer the form, or that is willing to go to give us a free table on an event, on a health fair or something. So we want, through this tier approach, help all those local voices that are really willing to cooperate with us, even if it's at a small scale. We will have materials for them, definitely. Budget for promotional materials have been a concern, but we are trying to be very creative on the kind of things that we give, and we're coming with a lot of ideas, and both internally at the Bureau and at the contractor level. So we are very happy with that, because I am sure that we will come with the very neat things that will be innovative and at the same time will be at a low cost for the government. The website is one of our priorities. We are really focused on a mobile-first approach, and we want to tailor the experience to our target audiences. We want to have a consistent user experience that integrate larger parts of the communications campaign and consistent branding through the platforms. want to make sure that everything has the same look and feel, and that the site reinforces trusted symbols that match the look and feel of the mail package and that reflects what the Bureau stands for. We are also very concerned about cybersecurity, so we are aware of this, and we will be monitoring and we will be building this website hand in hand with our IT directorate. And also, we will be ensuring that our rapid response team in the Bureau have a lot to say on this, because this website definitely will be supporting their efforts. Also, we will be preparing to use that website to what is going to be the phase of data dissemination that, as I mentioned, is critical on what we want to do with the IPC and how we want to direct future communications efforts from the Bureau. We also have social media, which will be also key. It will offer us the unique opportunity to personally engage with the public. We will leverage our existing census channels and develop innovative approaches to promote recruiting efforts, enhance customer service, support digital and on-the-ground events, raise awareness, drive response, and disseminate data. We know that we have a rapid changing environment. We know that there is a different social media platform probably every 6 months. So we are right now not really connecting with anything in particular. We have some ideas of what we want to do. Definitely the Bureau is involved in several platforms right now, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. But we know that something new could come. So we are waiting to see how we can connect social media with our hard-to-count audiences. Part of what we're doing with this research is trying to find out what they are using and where is better for us to concentrate our efforts in terms of social media. Also, we want to align with other federal agencies' protocols and innovations. There's a lot of people doing a lot of really cool things in other federal agencies, and we really want to learn what they are doing and try to copy those efforts for us. And the real-time customer experience, that is something that is key for us. Like, one of the things that we want to do is to have our social media on as much as often as we can. Like, provide responses as quickly as possible to the public. It's key for us in this effort. And then public relations and events and crisis communications. It's a changing environment. It's a changing environment for paid advertising, and for media buys, also a changing environment for public relations and how we have done media outreach before. The several news groups have closed or they have joint efforts, so we definitely have sometimes less big media companies to reach. So we are in competition with other with other topics, with other agencies, with companies all the time. It's the same thing that I mentioned with paid advertising. We will be competing with the primary seasons to get our spot. So that's something that we have in mind. At the same time, we have quite a bigger environment. We have now a lot of smaller media or digital media or the way that YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter engage in that environment. So that provides a challenge because it's something that we have mostly not done before, but also an opportunity because these are very edgy ways to disseminate our information that I am sure that we can take advantage of. We have rapid response activities, and I'm happy to report that this is something that, as the research have already started, we are slowly but surely putting our rapid response plan and our rapid response team, and we plan to have this team working as a very well-oiled machine by the time 2020 is here, so we can optimize and respond to any issues that we have, to any low response areas that we have in the country, and also to any opportunities that could raise through the campaign. And the Statistics in Schools program, that after the last census became an evergreen program, and it have been working beautifully, so we really want to build a little bit on what they have been doing We will have some changes from last time. We have shorter, more flexible activities, and we will be aligning in the school curriculums. We will not be trying to jump and be part of the school curriculums. We understand that schools have federal and state requirements, and it's difficult just to try to make teachers just focus on census, but we are finding creative ways to mix current school curriculums with what we want to do to disseminate our message with school kids. Also, we will be reaching at home schools educators, which are key these days, and we also be focusing on the development on a Statistics in School website during the campaign. And we have the field recruitment and advertising communications, that's something else that at a smaller scale than research, but that we will be working this fiscal year through hyperlocal and national campaigns and creating a one-stop recruiting research 2020 census jobs website. It will be mostly a digital recruiting effort. As I say, it will be super local, and it will be integrated with the whole 2020 census campaign. And last but not least, data dissemination. As I say, the Bureau is building a new platform in-house to disseminate data with SETSide. So our data dissemination efforts at the end of the campaign will be very linked with what SETSide is and how we can support these efforts of data dissemination at the end. So on our last slide, we have milestones for the campaign that we have completed through the last year. Our big milestone, as I mentioned, is the Census Barrier Attitudes and Motivators study that we'll be conducting over the next month. We expect to have some results next summer, so late next summer, early fall, so probably next year, like 1 year from now, I will be here discussing the results of the research with you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. At this point, we are going to move over to the 2020 systems readiness portion of our presentation. And that will be presented by the chief of our Decennial Information Technology Division, Autry Kalluri, and by the CEDCAP program manager, Patricia McGuire. I would like to welcome Patty formally again into partnership with the 2020. She's always been a partner. She's been working together with us, but now she's formally part of the 2020 Decennial family. So welcome, Patty.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Patty and I are happy to be here to discuss the Decennial Census Systems readiness, including the key census enterprise data collection and processing systems. I'll go over the readiness of systems for the 18 end-to-end census tests, followed by the readiness of systems for the 2020 census. Patty will then give an update on the readiness of the CEDCAP systems to support the 18 end-to-end census test as well as the 2020 census. Well, as you already heard, the 2018 end-to-end census test has begun. Based on the release schedule, we successfully developed, released, integrated, tested, and deployed systems, first for the recruitment of address listers and staff in the area census offices, the census field supervisors and managers. Second, for training the address listers and the area census office staff. And third, what we call as Release A, to conduct the address listing operation. We are now in between field operations of the 18 end-to-end census tests, but successfully completed the address canvassing operation at all 3 sites. digital services were consumed successfully by the users of BARCA at headquarters and National Processing Center, NPC. MAFTIGER went through the regular processes that applied updates from Postal Service using their delivery sequence file, and also updates from our partnering governments using their geospatial files. We benchmarked the 3 test areas of MAFTIGER, created master address file extracts, GRFCs and ENDs, the geographic reference files, names and codes, and delivered them to the dependent systems. EK's operational control system in the second area that is highlighted, or Survey OCS, which is built on the PEGA platform, was ready to conduct the address canvassing operation by creating a new survey instance and loading the appropriate data delivered from MAFTIGER. Survey OCS then assigned approved workloads to the Field OCS. Field OCS was deployed for the first time in production. The PEGA platform-based solution distributed the workload and transferred cases to the address listers by invoking the optimizer. Optimizer assigned cases based on available blocks and the housing unit locations of the address listers. Optimizer ran every night and made the assignments ready for the address listers to download before starting work. Field OCS allowed the census field supervisors and managers to review and approve time and expense of the field workers, the address listers. The back-end listing and mapping solution received address and geospatial information from MAFTIGER, and through mobile case management software, loaded relevant address data onto the laptops for address listers to conduct the field work of address and map spot collection and or modification. Lima application consumed imagery and made the map overlaid by imagery available as part of the application. The mobile case management software was used to transfer assigned cases from Field OCS and related address information from the Lima server to the laptops and vice versa. It should be noted that Lima works in a disconnected state as well when there is no Wi-Fi or cellular network available. The next area indicates or shows that while the Lima solution is indeed a legacy solution, we developed and added quality control module to it in order to measure the quality of the address canvassing fieldwork. The cases for QC were determined by SMARCS, the sampling, matching, reviewing, and coding system, which was also used in the 2017 census test, and then for determining the sample of re-interview cases. The next area is for showing the reporting and the cost and progress of the address canvassing operation. We use the Universal Tracking System, also called as UTS. We intend to reuse all of the systems and their functionality referenced on this slide, and of course at a much larger scale for 2020 census. We are now readying the remaining systems on this slide, along with many of the systems such as Survey OCS, Field OCS, and the Optimizer, used as part of the address canvassing operation for the next series of operations, starting with what we refer to as peak operations. Shown on the screen is the second part of the 18 end-to-end census test solution architecture with administrative support services, enterprise enabling IT support services, and systems supporting stakeholder relations. While there are many systems shown on the screen, a majority of them are support systems, and many were used as is for the address canvassing portion of the 18 end-to-end census test. For the 18 end-to-end census test, if you visit the census.gov website, you'll be navigated to pages that help in understanding what the test is all about, how you can apply for jobs, and information on how to contact us is also made available. As you can imagine, the web interface will expand multifold for the 2020 census, but we have stood up a solution that's integrated with our corporate website and takes advantage of the recent web transformation undertaken by our communications area. The legacy system of DAPS, the Decennial Applicant, Personnel, and Payroll system, has been enhanced to process the payroll for the address listers based on approved time and expense information they submit. and we built interfaces with the field operational control system for that purpose. The Mojo recruiting dashboard is a reuse of the system deployed in earlier census tests and has helped with the recruitment efforts of the personnel supporting a disk canvassing operation. While we did not have the recruitment and assessment system for a disk canvassing operation, and we used the traditional ways of recruitment of address listers, as planned, we developed and deployed for the first time to recruit staff for peak operations of the 18 end-to-end census tests. Please note that the learning management system was used for online training of the address listers and the area census office staff. The next area, as highlighted, the communication between various applications through established interfaces is implemented through a service-oriented architecture using an enterprise service bus. The rest of the systems shown on the screen have been used in previous census tests and will be used as applicable for the remaining operations of the 18 end-to-end census tests. At this time, I'd like to provide clarification on the number of systems that were ready and released in support of the 18 end-to-end census tests. There were questions and concerns that only 4 systems were ready. As you saw, quite a few systems played a critical role in the address canvassing operation of the 18 end-to-end census tests. We could not have conducted the test successfully with only 4 systems. It may be a timing and/or interpretation issue that led to this discrepancy, but we will provide further clarification. To be precise, there are 24 systems out of 44 that we released, tested, ATO'd, deployed, and successfully used or being used in support of the 18 end-to-end census tests. 23 of the 24 that we released were used for the address canvassing operation. One system, the recruitment and assessment, or RNA system, as mentioned earlier, is deployed for recruiting staff for peak operations. As I mentioned, we intend to reuse these systems for the 2020 census. On this slide and the next few slides, the key efforts and our updates required by each of the key non-SETCAP systems in support of the remaining operations of the 18 end-to-end census tests are shown. The Census Data Lake, set size enterprise data dissemination environment, the disclosure avoidance system under the umbrella of the decennial response processing system, and the tabulation system will all be deployed for the first time in support of the 18 end-to-end census tests. We are working hard to complete the remaining activities and release these systems to the technical integrator for program-level integration testing. While the remaining systems on this slide have indeed been deployed and used as part of the previous census tests, we are making the necessary enhancements before deploying them or redeploying them. 2 of these systems, the fraud detection system and the intelligent postal tracking system, are being enhanced by our technical integrator. We actually gave a technical directive to build the fraud detection system, if you recall. And for IPTS, they are automating the data retrieval process from the Postal Service and are improving the interfaces for better integration. This slide shows the status of non-SETCAP support systems for the 18 end-to-end census tests. For the census hiring and employment check system, the third-party vendor interface needs to be implemented with the involvement of a fingerprint vendor once the contract is awarded. The commercial printing contract was indeed awarded, and we are currently integrating with the interfacing systems. This slide is a continuation of status of non-SETCAP support systems for the 18 end-to-end census tests. We are working with the National Processing Center to finalize the deployment plan and integrate the Integrated Logistics Management System, ILMS as we call it, with relevant dependent systems. While many of these support systems are as-is systems, interface updates and scalability updates for some of these systems are required to support the 2020 census. Shown on the screen is the first part of the solution architecture for 2020 census. While we are testing a majority of the systems on this chart from functionality, interfaces, data flows, and integration perspective. We have a lot of work to do before finalizing the provisioning plan for the 2020 census from scalability, elasticity, and security viewpoints. We also have quite a bit of work to ensure non-functional requirements are met and to implement disaster recovery and continuity of operation plans. We are running the external and internal demand models using various scenarios and plan to test the integrated system of systems for their ability to handle the 2020 workloads this fiscal year. One set of systems shown on the screen that's not in scope for the 18 end-to-end census tests, but we intend to test later is the set that supports the post-enumeration survey operation. We have a schedule for releasing these systems, and while PES is a standalone operation and requires independent implementation, there are interfaces that need to be set up and tested with some of the systems that are part of the 2020 census operation. Shown on the screen is the second part of the 2020 census solution architecture. First, the systems shown on the part of the solution architecture that are not in scope for the 2018 end-to-end census test are shown in the oval on the screen in the stakeholder relations box. The integrated partnership and communications operational activities, as you recall, are not part of the 18 end-to-end census tests. We are working with the onboarded contractor and our communications area to plan and execute necessary systems, deployments, and tests in support of the integrated partnership and communication operation during the 2020 census. At this time, Patty will give us an update on the SETCAP systems. Patty?
Thank you, Atri, and thank you, Al, for the welcome. And I actually wanted to say that since I joined SETCAP in January of 2016, our priority has been delivery for the 2020 census. The program, the SETCAP staff, the systems have all been focused on that and working day to day with the 2020 census staff and their contractors on the delivery and the integration of the SETCAP systems into the overall 2020 census architecture that you heard Atri just reference. And for me personally, I have worked on the 1990, the 2000, the 2010, and the 2020 census. So in my long career here, so for me personally, I have never not worked on a census, so in one way or another. So I'm glad to have what was already happening sort of just formalized on paper, really. And I think it gives us an opportunity to improve on the excellent integration that was already happening. So for SETCAP, I mean, today you really already heard Deb, Ian, Marianne, and Atri talk about the SETCAP solutions that we're supporting the census tests. So I'm going to briefly tie that picture together for you of what SETCAP is doing right now to support the 2020 census. So on this first slide, it shows all the SETCAP capabilities for data collection and processing. The ones highlighted in red on the box on the right side are specifically supporting the 2020 census requirements. The SETCAP systems needed for the 2020 census include the eCase Internet Self-Response, operational control, and enumeration capabilities, cards for universe creation, iCade for paper data capture, SOA for the exchange of data, the Mojo Optimizer and the case model, which also help control the workload, and the listing and mapping and mobile case management capabilities needed on the mobile device. I mentioned at previous 2020 census PMRs that SETCAP systems needed for the 2020 census are a combination of legacy systems and new systems. The paper data capture, universe creation, and the service-oriented architecture supported previous census tests. As Atri mentioned, the 2017 census test was the first production use of the eCase self-response and survey operational control solutions using the Pega 7 COTS product.
These two capabilities supported the test, allowing the public to respond via the internet and CQA agents to collect data from the respondents over the phone. Multiple SEDCAP systems just completed their support of the address canvassing operation that is part of the 2018 end-to-end test. This support included the first deployment of the eCase Field Operational Control System. Other systems that supported the test included the Mojo Optimizer, SOA, the eCase Survey OCS, and the legacy listing and mapping system called Lima. It's important to note that these same systems deployed in the 2018 end-to-end test address canvassing operation will also support the remaining 2018 end-to-end test field operations and the 2020 census address canvassing and field operations. As of today, all but one SEDCAP system has been used in a previous census test. The 2018 end-to-end census test is the first deployment of the eCase enumeration application for non-response follow-up operations. A key point, though, is that this delivery of the system and all of eCase follows an agile methodology, with the 2020 census product owners from Decennial Census Management Division documenting the user stories and seeing and accepting the functionality in 3-week sprints. And they are on track to deliver that functionality for the integration testing in December. CASE, or the Concurrent Estimation and Analysis Model, enables the Census Bureau's adaptive design methodology for data collection. We've actually used the modeling portion of the CASE solution in the 2014, 2015, and 2016 census test. However, the deployment for the 18 end-to-end census test will be the first use of a new computing environment. Modifications of the SEDCAP solutions for the 2018 end-to-end test, self-response, and field operations is ongoing based on lessons learned from the previous test and additional requirements for the test. This includes addressing bug fixes and addressing any lessons learned. So I think you heard Ian mention some of those during his presentation. For example, we are examining the business rules for the Mojo Optimizer based on observations made during the address canvassing operation. So besides providing the functionality needed for the 2018 end-to-end test in 2020, the SEDCAP systems are also focused on designing solutions that scale to meet the workloads of 2020. In May of 2016, the Census Bureau, May of 2016, the Census Bureau made a decision to use the COTS product Pega 7 to provide some of the data collection functionality. And we're using this product for eCase. The decision also included a recommendation to conduct performance testing of the eCase platform to ensure that it could scale to meet the 2020 census demands. So the 2020 census program and SEDCAP have completed their initial performance testing of the ISR application. And we did that in conjunction with the technical integrator, and we're currently reviewing the results with our leadership, and a decision on the use for 2020 will be coming out soon. So today I've just given a very quick update on SEDCAP. The SEDCAP systems have supported the 2020 census work since SEDCAP began in 2015. They've helped census prove in their operational design concepts. Many of the systems are either legacy systems or have been used in the census tests already. And really there's only one new system, and it is set to deploy for the 2018 end-to-end test field operation, and that's the eCase enumeration application. So all SEDCAP solutions are focusing on completing their development and testing and are on track to deliver on time.
We'll take any questions at this time. Ty, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Did we hear correctly, Audrey, that the fraud detection system is on schedule and to be used for the 18 end-to-end test?
So the fraud detection system, we have actually used the modeling aspect of the fraud detection system in 2017 census test. So we are redeploying that aspect of the solution. We intended to enhance that system for 18 end-to-end census tests, but we made a decision to continue the development, but not make the solution part of the 18 end-to-end census tests. We will have the same capability that we actually deployed in 17 tests, redeployed for the 18 tests to run those models on the data that we collect. So,
Thank you. And I don't know if this is a question, maybe back on the decennial side, related to the systems. If the schedule's really tight, right? We know that you all are living that. But are there any other contingencies for any other? Is there any room for any other delay in any of the field work that may be depending on systems that are yet to be deployed for the end-to-end test? Is there any? I mean, is there an off ramp? Is there? I mean, we know that like the group quarters might have got delayed, but is there anything else that is kind of that you can absorb, or are we kind of all in here for the end-to-end test?
Ty, I don't believe we have any pending areas that will force us into an off-ramp. Right now, we are focused very tightly on making sure we move the schedule to the left on all the requirements as we move forward so that we can ensure hitting the dates on the test where we stand right now and being ready for the 2020 census.
Thank you. I had some other questions to back up to the other panels, but I want to yield if there might be anything else on IT here first. Okay. I wasn't quick enough with my button earlier. I'm sorry. Backing up to actually to Maria. It sounds like you've been doing an awful lot of work. That's pretty emerald. I've got a couple of questions. One real simple. What, in terms of the announced change that there's the segmentation for audience is going to be by tract instead of housing, instead of by housing. Is there a sentence or two describing kind of what the lessons learned there was, or what prompted that change?
Well, there have been several comments from our internal and external stakeholders, and there's a lot that have been discussed about the perception with respondents, and we have to take care of that first, and perhaps it was a good idea at the beginning. I think it's a very innovative idea, but we have to be mindful also on how these innovations could result in the mindsets of our stakeholders. So,
you know, I would add that the critical point here is that the advertising and the messaging will be directed out at the tract level, not at the household level. Household data will be incorporated into how we're understanding how we think about particular tracts and how we work with particular tracts. But you know, we all have the experience of logging on and buying a pair of shoes, and then the next time we log on to that website, we're getting an advertisement for a similar pair of shoes. We're not going to be doing that with census advertising at that level of granularity, but we'll be using information from that level of granularity to inform how we're segmenting the population and how we're channeling the messaging and channeling the advertising back to the population.
Thank you, Burton. It sounds like an important clarification.
Yeah, I mean, I would just make sure, Stephen, do you agree with that? I mean, is there anything that we're missing here?
No, I think you summarized that fine. I mean, we weren't really thinking about sort of following people around like some of the shoe examples, but yeah. Certainly the privacy concerns are there, and we want to make sure we address that appropriately.
But household data that we can look at in our modeling is very powerful, and so we use it where we can. We just don't use it in a way that is intrusive to the population.
And that being said, the idea of that ad that looks like that pair of shoes that never leaves you alone on the internet, perhaps it even for someone who will answer the census will work like that, because it will be at the tract level. And I have my own example. I live in a tract that I consider that's going to be a low response rates tract. So most probably, well, I will fill my form really quickly. I should, if not I will get in trouble here. But probably people around me in the tract will not so maybe I'm one of those tracks that will keep getting advertising, and it will get me crazy. I'm like, oh, I already filled my form, but I keep getting some. Well, I will fall over there, and too bad, but definitely the advertising will be reaching the people around me.
Thanks, and then I have two more for you, Maria. The plan for the contracted predictive modeling you described, is there kind of a plan in there to produce a deliverable for, say, the field directorate, to augment kind of the Census Bureau's own planning database? Or are we talking about the same thing? I mean, is this going to become the planning database?
When we talk about research, it definitely is seen mostly for the paid advertising, because I admit that paid advertising is probably the most flashy section of the communications campaign, but it's going to be used by everybody. So definitely the research and what we are going to produce with the research will be used for the website, for social media, and definitely for field division and the CPEP program.
Okay, because I know they take pride in the reliance on that planning database, which is very helpful in the field. I just didn't know if this could directly feed into that.
I'm not sure that we've thought through exactly what our predictive models can give to the planning database. That's a good point. Okay. And I think that's something that we need to think about and look at.
Okay. All right, and then lastly, if I can find it here. Yeah, kind of related. You talked on some of your slides, Maria, 105 and 106, about the rapid response, and then something before there. Related to that, is it too early to be thinking about how to kind of hardwire your area census office manager into that? Something that's been an issue in the last couple censuses is when things are happening on the ground, calls and information flows to the senior local official who happens to be your census manager, who's doing a lot of other things, but they're not necessarily part of your outreach and communication strategy. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of communication going on, a lot of thinking, but in terms of really like kind of hardwiring that so that when something happens locally that's not in your programmed, triggering, scanning system, that there's a quick response at that level?
We definitely, we don't have that detailed level in terms of our response plan, rapid response plans. As I say, I'm happy that we already start talking about it, but we don't have the plan per se put together. I think that's a great idea. And as we advance on the team, we will definitely involve field division, and I think that's a very good idea. Thank you.
Tim, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah. Yes, this is Tim Olson with Field. So I'm very aware of some of the concerns that and challenges we've had in the past, integrating the field operations side with communications and partnership. And so one of the issues that we are going to work very hard on this time is how do you integrate what we know is happening as is happening, for example, what we were just talking about, into so that the local census people can be part of that solution, okay? We're going to work much harder on that.
I had to ask that question. I'm sitting at the table with all the regional directors here. I think the last one I have here is all the way back to the OMB, the Federal Register noticed that OMB was going to make a decision in the spring regarding the minimum reporting standards. Forgive my ignorance, but does the Bureau's use of the combined question on race and ethnicity depend on that decision, or is it simply the reporting at the tail end that depends? Do we know if the questionnaire choice, the word in the questionnaire actually depends on that?
So we have been testing the combined question in our response to be ready to do that. We know how to do the separate question format already, so that's why we've been testing it, but no decision has been made, and OMB was supposed to come out probably by the end of the year or early next year.
Okay, so it does. So when you go to 2020, for example, it is going to require that decision to be made. I mean, right?
Well, we will give the question wording to Congress by March 30th of 2018.
Right. Okay. And then and so then I guess your default is to have separate questions if you don't get a decision, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, I want to thank you all very much for your time and your attention this afternoon as we were able to share the progress that we're making on our road to the 2020 census. We discussed some of the exciting things. I mentioned it at the beginning, the long-awaited big events, the release of the version 3.0 2020 operational plan, the release of version 1.0 of the integrated partnership and communication plan. And while those plans took significant efforts to develop, to evaluate, to finalize, to write, and to review and release, they are plans. And I don't want the release of these plans and the exciting events surrounding the release of these plans to overshadow the thousands of hours of hard work being done by every clerk, analyst, math stat, program manager, development engineer, system engineer, and contractor partner within and outside of the Decennial Directorate to ensure we develop, design, implement, and execute every component, every system, and each detail necessary to conduct a successful 2020 census. I want to take the opportunity from the platform to thank all of our partners for the hard work they do every day to make sure we're able to conduct a successful census. I think they need a round of applause for the work that they're doing. I also would like to thank the leadership team at the Department of Commerce for their support and guidance and their commitment to our conducting a quality 2020 census. Then I'm going to reach across and I'm going to thank our oversight at GAO and OIG for showing us best practices, best plans, and giving us recommendation and guidance of how we can improve our processes and our performance. We appreciate that as we're trying to optimize all of our management systems, all of our program management, to have an efficient, high-quality 2020 census. And that's our objective. Now, just for a peek behind the curtain, our next PMR will be in January. We have not finalized the dates at this point in time, but among some of the things that we would like to spend time with you on is a good demonstration of our enumeration instrument. We want to show you what we're using in the field and demonstrate that enumeration instrument. I'm maybe springing that on my technical side down there, but that's something that we really want to be able to show you in January. We also want to walk you through our recruiting, hiring system, C#. Now that I'm not springing because we're in production. We actually are getting people applying for jobs in C# and online with that program right now. We'd like to show that and demonstrate that. We'd also walk you through our automated training system and what we're doing there. So we may have a little more demonstration kind of thing and less talk to you, but show and tell on how some of the things that we have been designing and developing are really working in practice. And that's some little peeks behind the curtain. We'll probably talk about the questions to Congress because we released those the end of March in 2018. So we'll probably talk about that. We'll probably give you an update on the status of the residence criteria. So that's just a little bit of some of the things that we have planned for the next PMR in January of 2018. I'd like to thank you very much for your time. Wish you a wonderful weekend and a wonderful Friday evening. Thank you very much.